Good evening and welcome to tonight's March 4th City Council meeting. Kelly, will you please take the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor McEachern.
Here.
Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Here.
Councilor Tabor.
Here.
Councilor Cook.
Here.
Councilor Denton.
Here.
Council Blaylock.
Here.
Council Bagley.
Here.
Council Moreau.
Here.
Council Lombardi.
Here. Thank you, Kelly. Before we get started, I'd like to take a minute to remember Philip Miles. Passed away last month. There was an enormous procession through, I think it was the Vernwood Funeral Home to his house in Rye. He was a fantastic police officer, taught a lot of cops how to ride a bike, and just an all-around great community leader. Our hearts go out to Tracy, his wife, or Tina, his wife, Marcy, his daughter, Phil Jr., Abigail, and Randy. He was the best of us, and we will certainly miss him. Please take a moment of silence to remember Phip. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have a few Mayor's Awards here. One that's not listed, I'm going to go through just briefly. It was for, it's because we found out about it a little after the agenda, but Tammy Joslin, she is the, I guess she won it for New Hampshire, and she's going on to USA Today's People of the Year. She certainly deserves it. She's an amazing force for good, having led Operation Blessing. And when we talk about the warming shelters here, that is through her sheer force of will, personality, and compassion that has come to realization in our community. She's been steadfast, seeking to help others, and the way she does it is just so infectious in terms of her. Yeah, she smiles all the time, but you know she's a believer in people, and her belief really carries over into other people. They believe in themselves. So I am so proud that Tammy is recognized here in New Hampshire, and I hope that her story inspires more people and others to do good things for folks, sometimes ones that you don't even know. So thank you, Tammy, and we'll be rooting for you. Next up, we have the Mayor's Award for the Portsmouth High School Boys Ski Team, Division II State Champions. Now, there's a lot of you, and I would love to congratulate you, especially, you know, it's tough, I think, when you come a little close and you guys placed second last year, you know, some folks can let up the gas a little bit. You guys did not, and by doing so, you were able to take home first place, and your dedication to the teammates, each other, your craft, it's something that's really inspiring to a lot of people in Portsmouth, especially, you know, this mayor right here who learned how to ski through the after-night ski program at the middle school, and is really inspired. So let's meet the team. First up, and we're going to read out the names, and I'm going to hand out, if you'd come out and maybe I can, if you'd come up and I'll hand it to you as, if you come up here, I can hand it to you as I call out your name. So first, Connor Williams, are we here? All right. Oh,
Don't go too far. We're going to take a group picture at the end.
okay, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, just stand right here, Connor, and Nick Davies. Pretty sure these are in order.
Yes.
Will Dideas? Will Dideas? You're lucky. You only have one hard to pronounce name. Jack Martin. Jack Tall, almost eye to eye here on the podium. Henry Highland. Thank you, Henry. Next up, Riley Collins.
Student Government Day.
Yeah, Student Government Day along. Yeah, all right. Chase Simpson. Next, Richard Coombs. Richard's not here. Ben Dunnigan. Also not here. All right. Shay Harrison. Also not here. Alex Marvin. Hey, Alex. Leo McNeely. Bruno Pinciero. Not here. We'll get some claps, though. And Jack Tilley. All right. Now, I have more than... No, we have messed this up, but that's okay. So I'd like to recognize James Sedeus. All right. Oh, James Sedeus. Okay. All right. There's two of you. All right. Perfect. That's how you guys are going to have to look at your awards and make sure they're in the right hands. All right. I'd also like to call up the head coach, Kyle Harrison. And then the assistant coaches, Kim Hunter and Morgan James. All right. And if the city council can bring down.
I don't know. That side's going down.
Okay.
That's a big typo.
We were told Division Two.
Yeah. 2 rows. Important number.
All right. So, just squeeze in.
The back.
Did you guys have a chance or anything? No chance. No chance, all right. No chance on 3.
Looking at me. 1, 2, 3. Take a couple.
wrestling team's here to be with Elijah.
Yeah, the whole, I don't know if he knows.
No, the wrestling team is here in support of Elijah. So,
Oh, excellent. We'll bring them. All right.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, Kaz should have come up. Okay. Kaz, you got to come up to these things. All right. We have another Mayor's Award, this time to Elijah Josie. This one I have to read because there's a lot on here. Recently became the NHIAA Division II Wrestling State Champion at 190 pounds. Elijah also won the Division II championship last year as a sophomore. He continued his championship run by winning first place at the Meet of Champions for the 190-pound division. The Meet of Champions consists of the top 5 wrestlers from Division I, II, and III. So for Elijah to finish first is an incredible accomplishment that he can add to his high school career resume. But it continues. Elijah competed in the New Englands in Rhode Island recently and finished as the runner-up in the 190-pound division. And to top things up, Elijah picked up his 100th career victory by his junior year, which is an incredible accomplishment. We look forward to seeing what his senior year brings. Elijah, I understand that you're here.
Right over there.
Right over there. Can you come up? And I know that you're...
You're so polite, too. I guess.
Space these out.
And guys, I appreciate everyone coming out. If you would like to take off, I know it is a school night. Free to do so, and we won't be offended at all. Appreciate everyone for being here. Okay. Now, did we have anything that was?
After minutes.
For sign-ups.
16. No.
Gotta be a memory
right.
for them, right?
I would, next up, we have the acceptance of minutes of the January 2nd and January 16th city council meetings.
I'd move we approve and accept the minutes of those dates.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up is recognition and volunteer committee reports. First, we have a written progress report in the cemetery committee.
Yes, I move to accept the cemetery committee progress report.
Second.
Any discussion? Council Blaylock?
I was just going to say that I think they've done a lot of good work. It's nice to see the progress. And yeah, I'm very impressed.
I think we all are.
Yeah.
Done a lot of great work, so appreciate the update and the progress. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Your
Council
Honor,
Cook?
I request to suspend the rules. I move to suspend the rules and bring up item 15B2, the cultural plan. If I get a second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I move to approve and adopt the 2023 City of Portsmouth Cultural Plan presented in your packet.
Second.
First, I want to say that this is the culmination of a year of dedicated work on the part of the Arts and Cultural, our Blue Ribbon Committee on Arts and Nonprofits, and our Cultural Planning Subcommittee. They spent weekly meetings over the last year working on this plan, wrote it for everyone, for the city of Portsmouth, and are presenting it to the council tonight. The culmination of all that work that they did with our outside consultant, so that the city would have its first cultural plan in over 20 years. So I wanted to ask members of those two committees that are here tonight to stand up so we can thank them for their extensive work. Thank you again from the City Council, I hope I can say. Definitely from me. I was honored to get to work with this team. And I asked the City Council to go ahead and adopt the new cultural plan for the City of Portsmouth.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congrats. Thank you, guys.
Your Honor, I know it's not typical, and I know the council may want to not do it in this order, but I know we have at least 9 residents here to speak to the CIP public hearing, and we may have a lot of public comment. What is the council's pleasure as far as moving the CIP before public comment?
So we got about 16 residents that have signed up, so it's typical in terms of the 45-minute allotment there. Is there anybody that hasn't signed up that would like to speak? Okay, we have one. Okay, so the reason I ask is not to stifle any conversation, but we try to fit it within. So if there was like 5 others or 10 others, we would shorten the amount. So I have 2, so we're at 17. We can fit that into the 45 minutes. Just ask that if somebody is sharing your exact views word for word, it is actually very powerful to come up and tell us that you agree with that, and you do not have to expound upon it. Brevity is also an asset in the toolkit of persuasion. So please know that. But we will begin public comment then, since it is it will be limited to just under 50 minutes with that. We will start with Ari Alexenberg on the topic of Israel and Gaza.
With one hand on Zoom, Your Honor.
Okay.
Also.
We're now up to 19. And just for the record, just state your name and City of Portsmouth. And if I'm skipping over you, it's because you listed a different city. I will come back to you. You just speak after Portsmouth residents. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the proposed Israeli-Gaza resolution. My name is Ari Alexenberg. I have lived in Portsmouth for over 30 years with my wife, and we have raised both our children here. I have much family and friends in Israel, including my parents, siblings, and daughter. I lived in Israel as a child. I was the head of the Israel Action Center of the Jewish Community Relations Council in Massachusetts, and I was also head of the Jewish Community Relations Council of New Hampshire. I watched last council meeting on video and was appalled at the terminology used to demonize Israel. Unfortunately, in 3 minutes, I don't have the time to correct all those vile distortions of reality, but I will say this about the repeated claim of genocide. Israel has repeatedly warned civilians to leave areas of conflict and created safe zones for them. They have made over 12 million phone calls, sent emails, dropped leaflets warning civilians before they bomb terrorist targets. That is not what armies do that intend to commit genocide. The Israeli response is fierce, no doubt. It is committed to making sure Hamas cannot repeat its atrocities again. To understand Israel's response, imagine a terrorist organization like ISIS operating a couple miles from Portsmouth. with stated intent to destroy America and kill Americans. If they infiltrated across our border, murdered, raped, tortured, and kidnapped our women, children, and men, held infants in tunnels for months now. And they stated they'll do it again and again and again. What would you do? What would you demand our government do if that was happening right here? We would totally eliminate the terrorist group from operating on our border, period. Regarding the resolution, my question is, why now? Was a resolution put forth when Bashar Assad killed 600,000 of his own people in Syria, or when Yemen almost killed 400,000 people, mostly children? Or the over 1 million Afghans being ethnically cleansed from Pakistan as we speak? Or for that matter, the ongoing war crimes in Sudan or Congo? Why didn't we put a resolution out after October 7th? Why are we waiting 5 months later? Selectively picking this war on which to put forth a resolution is morally questionable. It seems to me that it is unwise for the city of Portsmouth to delve into and create resolutions on international affairs. With that said, if the Council decides to go forward with this resolution, I think it is imperative to include that the City of Portsmouth recognizes that Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, violated a ceasefire on October 7th, committing horrific acts of terrorism, and continues to commit war crimes, almost there, by indiscriminately targeting Israeli civilians with ongoing rocket fire and using Palestinian civilians as human shields. The resolution as it stands looks to be referring to two countries of equal standing engaged in conflict. But that's not the case. Israel is a democratic country and it's a staunch ally of the United States, while Hamas is a terrorist organization that has the blood of not only Israelis, but of American citizens on its hands also. Last paragraph. My heart aches for the suffering of all innocents in Gaza and in Israel. No child deserves to die, and the images are heart-wrenching. But the fault is with Hamas, who initiated this war and now hides amongst its civilians. In conclusion, with prayers for peace, tolerance in the Middle East, I believe President Biden said it clearly. Until the region says unequivocally they acknowledge the right of Israel to exist as an independent Jewish state, there will be no peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. Next up is Cynthia Harriman on solar in the HDC.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Cynthia Harriman. My husband Lou and I have lived at 57 South Street in a 1774 house we've carefully restored for more than 47 years. We support the use of solar panels.
Sorry, if we could allow the speaker, can we please take any conversations out to the foyer? Hey, can we take the conversations out to the foyer? Thank you. Cynthia, please
Thanks.
continue.
We support the use of solar panels throughout the South End and the rest of the HDC. I'm speaking tonight as a longtime active supporter of the HDC and the important role it plays in the preservation of Portsmouth. In fact, I served on the HDC from mid-1980 to mid-1983, including a stint as chair of the HDC. I'm here to offer an historic context to tonight's motion on solar in the HDC. In those early days of the HDC, the ordinance was designed and passed by the voters of Portsmouth as a preservation ordinance, specifically not as an arbiter of taste or a protector of property values. The original HDC visual guidelines said, for instance, that re-roofing with any materials is okay as long as there's no change in the roof plane. HDC does not regulate the use of color because it does not permanently alter a building. There's no need for approval for storm doors and windows where no architectural features are altered. HDC ordinance and these guidelines are not designed to interrupt the process of alteration or to discourage individual expression. There was at the time widespread agreement that the line be drawn at irrevocable changes in buildings. Since then, the ordinance and guidelines have been rewritten to be much more restrictive with a heavy emphasis on appearance, which makes the job of the HDC much more challenging and time-consuming. I would urge the Council to return to drawing the line at irrevocable changes as it considers this motion tonight. Adding solar panels to a building is totally revocable when, as specified in the proposed wording, there are no other alterations to the building. The structure is left intact and unaltered, and subsequent owners can remove the panels if they desire. Encouraging solar in the HDC is totally in line with the original preservation intent of the voters of Portsmouth. Our eyes tend to filter out the cars, telephone poles, fire hydrants, and asphalt surfaces we see as we walk around Portsmouth historic streets. It's the scale of the buildings, the streetscape, the carving of an entryway, the placement of windows that steep us in history. As solar panels become more everyday, our eyes will filter them out too. Portsmouth is a beautiful historic city, but it needn't be a museum stuck in time. Just as Strawberry Bank restores its houses to different periods in their life, our historic district can and should reflect both the past and present realities of everyday life. For good reasons, there are currently 27 exemptions from HDC approval. I urge the City Council to support this move to add exemption number 28 and to set a firm date for doing so, whether it be April 1st or perhaps a few weeks later to incorporate input the HDC and the Planning Board agreed to at their February 21st meeting to finalize in that time period of less than 2 months. And a big thank you to the HDC and to the City Council for all the time they volunteer to preserve what we all love about Portsmouth. Thank you. If anybody
you,
wants a
Cynthia.
written copy, Lou's going to bring it.
Oh, great. Next up is Irish Mike on the topic of policies.
Good evening, Mayor. Michael
Mike,
Hart-
I've never asked you, what's your pup's name?
Duke.
Duke. All
Irish
right.
Duke.
Good to see you, Duke.
Good evening. Michael Hearn, Orchard Street. We live in America, the greatest country in the world, regardless of who claims to run it. It was made up and built by immigrants, but it also should be a country of laws and barriers. Every person is entitled to a better life, but they can't invent rules or violate the Constitution that our forefathers wrote. Without rules, laws and barriers, we're just a lawless society. I caution the Council, if you're going to act on a matter, however painful or devastating that it may be, that you are elected officials by the taxpayers to serve the taxpayers, and as you sit there tonight and look down and listen to the speakers, maybe a lot are here because of sanctuary cities or open door policies like the City of Portsmouth. Maybe it's time to lock the door. Half an hour away in Dorchester, Mass. In Dorchester, Mass. Because I said it because of rent prices. They used to open up the community centre in winter months so that the taxpayers had warm places to stay. But it has closed the doors in favour of housing illegal immigrants at a cost of $100 million to the taxpayers. So I'm asking the Assistant Mayor and Council members to petition the Mayor of Dorchester to reverse this policy, seeing as we just had Black History Month and most of the homeless were either black or minorities. I also urge the Mayor to petition your counterpart in New York, Mr. Adams, to close the door and stop the assault on New York police officers by illegal immigrants. So some of the council members have kids. It's one of life's greatest joys, raising and protecting your kids. But Lankin Riley's parents will now never have that joy because their beautiful daughter was murdered because of your open door policies. So I demand the Mayor and Council members act now and petition the mayors of Dorchester and New York to end the open door policies. Or if you're okay with open door policies, you can each give me your address and I can go to New York and Dorchester, pick up some illegal immigrants and drop them at your door. I know I won't get your addresses, but I know you as well as me know open door policies don't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All of our addresses are published on the city website, as I do recall. Next up, Greg, do you want to speak on the CIP? Do you want to do that during the CIP discussion? You'll have an unlimited amount of time at that junction. All right.
3 minutes in your heart, though.
Still 3 minutes in your heart, yeah. Next is Seth Levine on Israel-Gaza.
Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen in the council, I speak before you in opposition to the motion with respect to the Israel-Gaza situation. I have family in Israel. I'm Jewish. Encountered anti-Semitism here in Portsmouth just recently. I had a sign, "I support Israel," got taken away. Someone grabbed it, threw it away. Although my signs for politicians never seem to disappear. When I was putting it up, somebody was driving by, kike, came out the window, and I'm aware of there's some animosity here and there. Israel was originally brought into existence at the end of World War I when the Ottoman Empire was defeated. And the British were given a mandate to split it up. They were going to take it. France and England were going to take it for themselves. Instead, the United States, an anti-imperialist country at the time, said, no, divide it up and let the people decide. There was a portion that was set out to become Jewish. People then knew that there was going to be a war with Japan, a war with Germany. It wasn't a surprise. They knew that there was animosity against Jews and there would be a problem. So there was going to be a place. That's when the animosity towards having a Jewish state first arose. The way you stop a Jewish state is you start a war, and so immediately the Arabs in the area started a war. This went on for a while, roughly till World War II ended. And when the UN in 1947 said, make a state for the Jews, there was another war. This was the local Arabs there. Then in 1948, when they became a state, there was another war. The reason is that the Arabs in the region simply don't want a Jewish state. That's one. And two, they don't want any Jews. I've been in the Middle East in a lot of countries, everywhere from the north coast of Africa to every country in the Middle East. There's some that I couldn't get into. They wouldn't let me in because I was a Jew and my passport said Levine. They knew I was a Jew. I ran into lots of animosity. By the same token, in Israel, I stay in East Jerusalem. It's an Arab area. I stay in the West Bank in Arab areas, and I get along. I can't go into the West Bank at all. There are no Jews there, period. You die if you go there. It's that simple. Now, there's been a lot of times that Jews said, let's have, it'll take me a minute more, let's have a two-state solution. Never was accepted by Arabs. The Oslo Accord said, everything you want, you can have it, just let us be. But that is not accepted. If we have a ceasefire, then we don't destroy Hamas. Hamas is really, really dangerous. Just look at the pictures and you'll see. I'm sensitive to Gazans getting killed. But let them say three things. Let them say, we recognize the right of Israel to exist. We won't attack you. We don't have any animosity towards Jews. And we'll stop beating you up. If they did that, there would be no war. This war wasn't started by Israel. It started by Hamas. They toss rockets over, which they get from Hamas's supplies from the UN, and all they do is make rockets and toss them into Israel.
Thank you, Seth.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Yusra Ibrahim on the topic of ceasefire.
Thank you. Hello again, I'm Yusra Ibrahim. I have three groups to address tonight. First of all, we're extremely grateful that Councillor Josh Denton and Councillor Kate Cook have carried our torch forward by presenting their own ceasefire resolution for the Council to put to a vote tonight. Through this act of humanity, they have taken a stand for justice in a very dark time. Unfortunately, they knew they'd have to dilute this principled stand in order to give this resolution a chance of passing by removing the word genocide. I appreciate their strategy and still urge the Council to vote to adopt this ceasefire resolution, despite the testimonies you have heard before me, which were full of demonstrable lies proven by the live stream genocide over the past 5 months. Every major human rights organization in the world clearly documenting the apartheid state of Israel's crimes against the indigenous Palestinian people. So I'd also like to share why the word genocide ideally would have been included. I'd like you to imagine, with the privilege of hindsight, how it might feel to read a German resolution from the 1940s that avoids the word Holocaust because it doesn't want to take sides. The entire reason we've come to you seeking a resolution is so we can get our local government, at the very least, to recognize injustice for what it is and call it by its name. Next, I'd like to address the local press. There's one line they keep using: Israel's attacks in Gaza have killed more than 29,000 Palestinians since October. The health ministry does not differentiate between civilians and combatants in its figures. In fact, it is Israel that doesn't differentiate between civilians and combatants. But journalists should, because with this one little line, they managed to brush off the targeted murder of thousands of civilians captured on live stream by leaving the reader to wonder if perhaps these civilians deserved it. Over 2/3 of the dead are women and children. So even if we make the racist, Islamophobic, and statistically nonsensical assumption that every single man killed in Gaza was a combatant, we still have a genocide on our hands. The language we use matters. The officials and the press have repeatedly demonstrated with their language their blatant disregard for not only the truth, but the value of Palestinian lives. Through the past 5 months of genocide, the past 16 years of blockade, and the past 75 years of military occupation and apartheid rule. Finally, I have to say that we have asked this council to acknowledge that Palestinian lives do hold value. To then ask activists against genocide why they haven't condemned Hamas is like telling activists for black rights that all lives matter, which is to say it's tone deaf at best, and at worst, a malicious distraction from the oppression, one that centers the privileged and demands that the oppressed behave as perfect victims in order for their humanity to be acknowledged on the most surface level. The people of Gaza have been living in a concentration camp. They were born in refugee camps that are now being bombed by our tax dollars. I'll close out with a quote from Jewish scholar Noam Chomsky, who wrote in his book titled Because We Say So, quote, "An old man in Gaza held a placard that read, 'You take my water, burn my olive trees, destroy my house, take my job, steal my land, imprison my father, kill my mother, bombard my country, starve us all, humiliate us all, but I am to blame. I shot a rocket back.'" Thank you again to Councillors Denton and Cook for caring about our perspective, while too many others have refused to listen to marginalized voices.
Next up, Yasmin Alani on the topic of ceasefire.
Good evening. I am Yasmin Alani. I would like to start, first I would like to start by thanking the two wonderful councillors who took it to heart to work on a resolution for a ceasefire. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate that. I also would like to say that I was disappointed by the comment on Seacoast Online, in which is holding against us that we did not condemn Hamas. This war is not an Israel-Hamas war. This is a genocide against the people of Palestine. More than 30,000 people have been killed and 80,000 maimed and injured. Actions speak volumes. And Gaza, after being under siege for the past 17 years, is now being starved and massacred on a daily basis. A common scene now is that of the IDF shooting at Palestinians while they are trying to get some aid that is already too little too late. Where does the city of Portsmouth stand on genocide and the deliberate starvation of the people of Palestine? When it comes to Palestine and the right of the Palestinian people, the US has put itself in a bubble. It does not want to see what the rest of the world sees. We see cartoons going around on the media in so many countries of a dead, mutilated Palestinian baby with Uncle Sam hovering over him asking, "But do you condemn Hamas?" Not even a mutilated dead baby will be spared this question. Such a question could have passed maybe on October 8th or October 9th, 2023, but not in March 2024. It is shameful that 5 months have already passed of this heartless starvation and genocidal war, and yet we still are running around trying to get a statement of a ceasefire. I hope history will never forgive this lack of humanity, not in the East and not in the West. Did you know that according to a 1967 Israeli law, that it is illegal for Palestinians to gather rainwater in the West Bank because rainwater is considered the property of the State of Israel? Who thinks like that? It is to this extent that the Palestinians have absolutely no power of any self-determination in their homeland, not even over a bucket of rainwater, while they are being called terrorists. So tonight I'm asking you to do the right thing, because in a few years people will want to distance themselves from this ugly war. Please get us out of this bubble and let the spirit of humanity shine. Thank you for listening.
Next is Jeffrey Cooper on the ceasefire resolution.
I'm Jeffrey Cooper from 227 Park Street. Thank you for your attention. I came down knowing only what I'd read in the newspaper about it. I have not seen the text of the resolution, but I want to say that I appreciate the quote in the newspaper that I read, that you did note that nobody speaking in favor of the resolution did condemn Hamas. I still, for the speakers that have spoken today, still have not condemned Hamas and have not condemned the atrocities that happened on October 7th. I think that the resolution has to contain a demand, should you decide to wade into this. You know, my real concern is about the wording, because it should demand a free for all the hostages that are being held. The fact is that if the hostages are freed, that's the day the bombing stops. So if we want to stop the bombing, then we free the hostages, and there it is. Second, I appreciate, this is the first I've heard that the word genocide is not in the resolution. I appreciate that the word is not in the resolution, because the fact is this is all anti-Semitic tripe, and you know, we have had too much anti-Semitic tripe. Mr. Levine was speaking about the history of it. You know, the traditional 19th and 20th century anti-Semitism from the right was all based on the Protocol to the Elders of Zion, the great bankers' conspiracy to control the world. That's the origin of the Arab resistance, led by allies of Hitler, to the original Jewish immigration into Israel. That's the beginning of how it spiraled into what we now are witnessing today, which is shocking to me. In all the events that have gone on since October 7th is shocking to me and shocking to any thinking person. But it is not genocide. The fact is that if Israel wanted to commit genocide, there would be far, far, far more casualties than there are. Israel has the firepower to commit genocide. The fact is Hamas doesn't have the firepower to commit genocide, but they proved on October 7th that if they did have the firepower to commit genocide, they would be doing it, because their solution to the Israel-Hamas-Palestinian problem is that all the Jews in Israel are either murdered or exiled or driven away. That's the Hamas solution to the problem. That's advocacy of genocide if they had the firepower. And regarding the ceasefire, right now, it takes two sides to accept the ceasefire. At the moment, neither side accepts the ceasefire. Hamas does not accept the ceasefire because their demand for a ceasefire is that they be restored to their situation that they were on in on October 7th. They want to be restored to the capability to do it again, and that can't be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next up is Leslie Allen on the topic of Israel.
Hello, Mayor, Councilors. I'll be honest, I want to back up for 1 second. Today is day 150 that the hostages are still being held by Hamas. I think that's a number that everybody should take into account. And I'll be honest, I don't really know the history of these types of resolutions and how effective they are. But if you're going to pass this resolution in order to bring attention to the matter of the conflict between Israel and Hamas, I think that you're doing a huge disservice to the people looking at the resolution by not pointing out the fact that the Hamas terrorists are the one responsible for starting this conflict when they came into Israel on October 7th and murdered, kidnapped, and raped the citizens. If you, as a council, feel that you have the responsibility to put out this resolution, then you also have the responsibility to point out that Hamas was the violent aggressor on October 7th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next up is Mark Kaplan on Israel.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Kaplan. I live here in Portsmouth, and I wanted to speak about this resolution that you've put forward. What I would want to point out is in your sixth whereas, you have the exact reason why I'm here tonight, because this is not business this council should be undertaking. It is outside of the municipal governance scope of this council. So my question is, when has the policy discussion been had? When has the strategic discussion been had about when you're going to get involved in these kinds of things? This is not the only international affair that is important to people here. And I would suggest that you not get involved at all. I know people came to speak about it, and you can listen to them. It doesn't mean you have to take action. And in fact, I would say that you shouldn't take action. If you don't think there's enough to do here in our community, then I would be surprised. And there's plenty to do here in our community as it pertains to discrimination, racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all of it. We don't need to go putting resolutions out about international affairs. A number of people have covered the fact that it took until about the sixth or seventh person up here, I think, to mention hostages. Today, Hamas refuses to discuss who the hostages are who are alive or dead, and is not interested in the deal on the table that is being encouraged. All of these years that some people who've been standing here have claimed apartheid in Israel and things like that, Hamas has been in control of Gaza for a long time. And in fact, they've spent hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, building a terrorist infrastructure under the ground below their citizens, below their schools, below their hospitals. And that is where they are fighting this war. They are letting their citizens be their shields. They are making their citizens be their shields. Hamas has said they will do it again as it pertains to October 7th. Hamas has not denied or rejected one of its fundamental beliefs that what's important to it is, as they put it, the river to the sea, which is the total annihilation of Israel. That's what it's about. So, and I think back to my original point about not passing any resolution, I'd prefer not to see this even hit the table. But because there are so many other important things to do. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next is Cliff Hodgson on the topic of the South Meeting House.
Good evening, Cliff Hodgson, resident and native of Portsmouth. It came to my attention that the City Council may be contemplating giving a 17-year lease of the historic South Meeting House to the VFW for their exclusive use, and this would include all of its 17 to 20 parking spaces. Located in the tightly packed South End Marcy Street residential neighborhood, this just doesn't seem to be a good fit or use of this city-owned historic property. A figure of up to $500,000 is mentioned for improvements that they might make, but that would go to contractors, not to the city. And who's to say that they would spend that much? This city property includes 17 to 20 free 72-hour parking spaces, which residents have access to and use on a regular basis. Eliminating access to these spaces would have a huge impact on that neighborhood. There's also a small park out front that the neighborhood is able to use, and that could disappear or become restricted to members only. Turning the meeting house into a private multi-use club and boarding house just seems to be out of place. The establishment of a VFW club there just doesn't seem to benefit the city or the neighborhood. Please consider carefully before proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff.
Yes.
Next up is Andrea Stein Goldsworthy.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Andrea Stein Goldsworthy. I've lived in Portsmouth now for 12 years. I have a son in second grade at Little Harbor. Here, last time, I spoke about my ancestry, about how my great-grandparents were in the Warsaw ghettos, and how afterward they came to the United States rather than Israel. And I'm thankful for that. My mother and cousins have been to Israel. I visited many times, but they have not been to Palestine. And that is something I think that a lot of Jewish people have not done, to see the horrors that are happening there. When you cross over the wall, it goes from this magical place into rubble and screaming children. When I put my son to bed at night, I look at him sleeping and I cry every night, because I know that there's another child with their legs being blown off and their skeletons being carried away by their parents. It looks so much like the Holocaust, and it's hitting me very, very hard, as I'm sure it is a lot of other people. But I think this argument and these talking points that are repeated over and over and over again about Hamas, if they didn't do it on October 7th, there would not be this war. When Israel has all the weapons that we provide in the United States, how can there be a war on civilians and children and parents, people like us? I do think that it should be spoken about in the council, because we need to come together as a community to speak out against Islamophobia and racism, and speak out against the truth and about the lies that are being filtered through. I've seen propaganda over and over again, and it's disgusting, to be honest. I wonder if the Holocaust was being live streamed at this time and day, if we would be paying attention, if we would be silencing ourselves, if we would ignore what was going on in Germany.
because it's happening again right now. Thank you.
Andrew.
Two hands on Zoom, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go to Larry Booz.
Mike had his hand up first, if that's okay.
Okay, Mike. Name and address, or name and city, Mike.
Sure. It's Mike Schwartz, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking about the resolution for Israel and Gaza. I will be brief, and first, to the Mayor's point, I'll just say that I agree with the other individuals who spoke against the resolution, leading with Ari and the things he said. Let me also first say that, I hope that there's a ceasefire. I think we all want a ceasefire. And I also am sorry and feel awful for all the people who have been killed or injured, whether they're Palestinians in Gaza or whether they're Jewish people who were killed on October 7th in Israel. I feel terrible for and sad that all of that has happened. But if the purpose of the board is to address the concerns in Portsmouth for having diversity and trying to have dialogue and being concerned about a diverse group of all individuals, I don't think that a resolution is a solution. I mean, if you really want to do something in the local town, then it seems to me the focus should be more maybe on having some type of organized dialogue to help us all understand our perspectives on both sides and things that maybe we can do as individuals, calling our federal leaders, but not through this resolution. The resolution, unfortunately, comes across as one-sided in many ways. And as was said a little bit before, when I read like the last whereas that says the city of Portsmouth expresses its deep concern for the rapid deteriorating humanitarian situation around Gaza, and we'll continue. We all share that, but it also didn't say anything about the city expressing its deep concern for the 100 hostages that are still being captive. So whether it was intended or not, it doesn't seem like it's concerning. It's a resolution that is considering all individuals. I would love for there to be some type of dialogue so I can understand why, if I read the Hamas covenant from August 1988 on the Wilson Center's website, it talks about things like Article 8 of the covenant from Hamas, saying that jihad is part of the death. Jihad is the path and death for the sake of Allah. It is the loftiest of all of its wishes. And then it continues to say that initiatives and so-called peaceful solutions in international conferences are in contradiction to the principles of the Islamic resistance movement. And it continues in Article 15 to say that the day the enemy usurps part of Muslim land, jihad becomes the individual duty of every Muslim. So I wish I understood what all that meant, because all that, to me, describes this intense desire to kill and remove all the Jews from Israel. And so I think it'd be better to have dialogues and try to create a resolution that many may feel is one-sided. And then I also have to say, because there's been a lot of conversation about, there seems to be relating what's happening now in Gaza to the Holocaust, but it's hard for me to understand how the killing of 6 million Jews, putting Jews on trains, bringing them to gas chambers, walking them into gas chambers and killing them, is the same as what's happening in in Gaza right now. And again, I hope there's a ceasefire. I don't want anyone killed, but it's hard for me to understand that, trying to relate those two events as being these two different things as being the same. So I hope that you will not move forward with the resolution. I hope you will consider developing some other types of organized events within Portsmouth to help build dialogue and community among all the diverse people in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, Larry Booz.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay from Zoom?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the time. I just kind of jumped in about an hour into this. I'm away with work, business out of town. So
Just name, sorry, name and just name and city, just for the record.
Sure, absolutely. Larry Booz, 172 Northwest Street, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'd like to speak on the Israel-Gaza motion. The town council, and I totally support you guys, I think you do a great job, but you've been elected for town matters such as housing, development, protection of local citizens, not international politics. And that's not to say a slight to anybody, that's actually to say you do an amazing job each and every day in your respective positions. But unfortunately, and I really agree with the last speaker, you've been placed in a very one-sided motion here and a no-win position. Portsmouth, unlike Durham, is a tourist town rich in history and culture that visitors flock to. It's literally a beacon of light on the seacoast. People come here not to get embroiled in international politics, but to actually get a little bit of a rest and enjoy the treasures and get a break from the day-to-day life. So my urging would be to please abstain from this vote and recognize that it's really not something that would necessarily be a town council view. And I think there's an even greater risk to this. The latest national polls, and I looked at them this morning at about 5:30 in the morning before I left Portsmouth, it shows that it's a very polarizing position. It's like 65-35%. And the other speakers are passionate on both sides. It demonstrates the polarity of this issue. And, you know, some of us, I'm going to take the Israeli stance. Some of us believe Israel is the biblical homeland for the Jewish people. Others believe they don't even have a right to exist. It's a very polarizing issue. And I think if you vote on this resolution, you're naturally going to alienate a certain percentage of local citizens and visitors to our community. I think I've done a lot of traveling. I've been blessed in my prior career being able to travel the world and get paid for it. But, and I learned this much from flying in and out of Beijing, Shanghai, in and out of Moscow. I've traveled in the Middle East, and I've learned that on the one hand, people are pretty much the same around the world and you want the same things. But often what we see firsthand is not what we hear or what is reported on the news. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my travel through the Middle East. I've been in Israel through Jerusalem. I've also been in the West Bank, in Bethlehem. I've been in Nazareth. I've been in Galilee. And I've driven the whole length of the West Bank down along the Jordan to Masada. The things I saw, it's never quite as reported. On the one hand, yes, Israel does control the West Bank, and they control the Temple Mount. At the same point, the Temple Mount is the birthplace of the three major religions of the world. But to keep the peace, Israel allows Jordan to administer the Temple Mount, so that unless you're a Muslim, you can only go into the Temple Mount on a few selected hours on a few days of the week. And you don't go in the normal gates, you have to go in a special entrance. When I wanted to go to Bethlehem, I was told, hey, I cannot drive my car to Bethlehem. I have to take public transport or a private taxi. Outside of Jericho, there's multiple signs that say, if you're a tourist or an Israeli citizen, don't bother entering, you're going to be arrested. Israel has given the Palestinians in these different communities a lot of leeway and a lot of self-governing. And I honestly, traveling to other countries around the world, I can't find another nation that's done that to that extent. So I guess my comment is this. It's a very impassioned subject on both sides. And I think if you choose to vote and then vote to disapprove the resolution as it's written, rewrite it. Because in the introductory whereas clauses, there's not one that mentions what precipitated this conflict, namely the attack by Hamas. And that's to separate Hamas from the Palestinian people, because it's two completely different things. There's not one clause that says Hamas should renounce terrorism. There is a clause that says the hostages should be returned, and I commend you on that. Like I said in my introduction, this council is great. I mean, I love each and every one of you. I think you guys do an amazing job, and women.
All right. Thank you, Larry.
But I ask you to not. Well, I'm just wrapping it up. I just ask you to not, wade into international politics, and I think you can't do it without alienating certain people. And I think that's just the way it is. And I think, it would alienate certain visitors depending how you vote. So I think abstention is probably the better way to do it. And by the way, I hope my video came through because I've been talking for about 4 minutes and my screen is entirely dark. So I guess you didn't want to hear me.
That would come in and show things that we couldn't air on television. So we don't allow video cameras on Zoom any longer. But thank you, Larry.
Oh, okay. So that's my
So do we have any other Zoom?
Ellen Quadgrass.
Ellen, okay. Ellen Quadgrass, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Ellen Quadgrass, and I'm going to take the mayor's suggestion toward the effectiveness of brevity. There is an unfathomable catastrophe unfolding in Gaza right now. Biden's apparent pressuring of Netanyahu has not worked to minimize the damage being wrought to civilians, including thousands and thousands of adults and innocent children who have been killed and are now starving. We must take action. The people of this country may not have been able to stop mass killing of civilians in other places in the past, but we can do so now, and to fail to act in whatever way we can is to be complicit. Violence does nothing but fuel more violence. Hamas cannot be destroyed by killing civilians. If anything, it will fuel untold numbers of new recruits. How can any of us explain to the children we love, if we look back at this moment 5-10 years from now, how can we explain to them that we failed to act to prevent this human catastrophe that is unfolding daily and worsening daily in this part of the world? I don't believe the resolution is one-sided, but what it is doing is focusing on where the devastation is happening now. It condemns Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all forms of bigotry, and it calls for the safe release of all hostages, calls for humanitarian aid to civilians, and a durable bilateral ceasefire. I want to affirm what I heard another speaker say earlier. If the Holocaust were being live streamed now, what on earth would we do? Those of us who can use our voices must continue to use our voices. Those of us with influence must take action and pass this ceasefire resolution immediately. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ellen. All right, we have 4 more speakers. Nicole Benoit from Kittery on the topic of ceasefire.
Thank you very much for having me here again today. My name is Nicole Benoit, as stated. I am a resident of Kittery. I am also a congregant of the mosque that is here in Portsmouth, and that's part of why this is so important to me. And I wanted to speak in general on the matter of the ceasefire and its importance. But something has come up again and again in this meeting, and it was also published in Seacoast Online as a quote. And it's the topic of condemning Hamas. And I have to speak directly to this because there are so many problems with that statement for people who are asking for peace. A ceasefire is peace. It is literally to ask to stop firing, not to one specific side, to everyone. And I say this because that is just the top of the problem, is that we are truly asking for peace. The last time I stood before you, I said, I am truly begging you for peace, and I meant that with every word. I still mean it. But the other problem with asking us to condemn Hamas in order to beg for peace is that it is what is called a political double bind. So if I say, yes, I condemn Hamas, then I am subscribing to the idea that Hamas has become shorthand for Palestinians, and that is okay. It just furthers the genocide. If I don't, and I refuse it, then I am being told that I'm endorsing them. And in particular, the quotes pointed out people who were of Middle Eastern descent that were here. And that's also problematic because, number one, Hamas is a specific to Palestine. It is a political party. It may have been designated as a terrorist party. Guess what? So was Nelson Mandela until 2008. But not only that, I don't disagree that the terror caused on October 7th was terrible. But I'm not going to play into this double bind, and I'm not going to do it because Israel also financially supported Hamas in 1970 and the late 70s, early 80s, as the PLO was rising to power as someone to challenge the PLO, which is the Palestinian Liberation Organization. And so if we are to ask everyone who is supporting a ceasefire to condemn Hamas, then we need to ask the Israeli government to condemn Hamas as well. And it makes me wonder, too, I stand here as a proud Muslim woman, but I also stand here as a proud American. So am I, too, asked to condemn Hamas as an American just because I happen to be Muslim? That just plays once again into this double bind, into the lies that I've heard that Arabs are inherently against, and by Arabs usually people mean Muslims, are inherently against and anti-Semitic against Jewish people in the state. I stand here speaking to you as the primary organizer of the Peace and Security Circle outside the Portsmouth Synagogue when it was graffitied with hateful tags. I also stand here as someone who spent hours standing outside the Kittery Trading Post to say that white supremacists and neo-Nazis are not acceptable in this neighborhood. And I stand here as someone who is also an advocate for survivors of sexual assault, while I hear people claim rapists, that Hamas, which has become the shorthand for Palestinian, are rapists. Well, I can tell you the New York Times article that said that has been proven false. In fact, the New York Times had to print a statement itself saying that the forensic evidence quoted was not actually there. And the family of the woman who was said to have been shown signs in her body of rape, her family has come forward and said that is not true. And these allegations that have been proved publicly false by multiple other sources that are authentic journalistic sources directly impact my job to be able to stand there with survivors. I will stand with a survivor no matter what their religion, their race, their political background. I do not care because they deserve support. But when rape is used as a political weapon rather than a recognition of the trauma that it truly is, my clients don't get the support that they need because people just see them as either lying or they see them as a political tool. And this is unacceptable. And that's why I am demanding a ceasefire and demanding that we tackle this vile language that separates. And I do agree, anti-Semitism is here in Portsmouth, and that's why I'm standing here as a ceasefire to tackle it. It has to be tackled. Yes, there does need to be a conversation about what this is, but it absolutely has to be tackled by saying, stop firing weapons on everyone.
Next is Bradley Conway from Manchester.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Bradley Conway. I'm here proudly as part of a group called Southern New Hampshire for Palestine. I love the city, and I'm thrilled that the Council has taken up this resolution on behalf of the brave team of Portsmouth residents who have brought this resolution effort forward. We're all here today because we need to call attention to the genocide in Gaza and how both President Biden and New Hampshire's federal representative delegation led by Chris Pappas, Jeanne Shaheen, and Maggie Hassan have refused for 5 straight months to listen to the overwhelming majority of their constituents and call for a ceasefire. They have made the people of New Hampshire into purveyors of genocide. We all feel sick, and we feel that we have a duty to pressure government at every level to negate the harmful impacts caused by our recklessly self-interested leaders. A couple weeks ago, 2 cities in New Hampshire agreed to pass ceasefire resolutions, and this week we hope you all feel how urgent it is to keep that momentum going. My phone died. I do want to have a thought experiment for you all. Can you all imagine one person starving here before you tonight? Can you imagine that you have the power to give that person access to food and clean water, can you imagine that you would refuse to do that? Can you imagine you would put that person out on the street in the rain and the cold, that there would be bombs dropping over them as their bodies deteriorate? There are 576,000 people starving in Gaza, and it's a man-made catastrophe funded by the United States. And this is all to say that this is clearly a genocide, and we all need to act with urgency. And I really do thank the Council for bringing this resolution forward. I'd also like to advocate for a stronger language using the term genocide in the resolution, because equating victim and aggressor really does kind of water down the integrity of this resolution. And I'd also like to say, if you're coming out in support of condemning this resolution tonight, shame on you. Shame on you for taking the time out of your day to say that we need more war. Shame on you. And thank you very much, Council.
Next, we have I can't read the writing. Shuri from Hampton. Can you read this?
Sharik, maybe?
Somebody from Hampton that's signed up for public comment?
Could be.
Yep, that's great penmanship, Ken. This one, I can't read that, but yep, you're up next, Ken Walczak of Hampton.
Thank you for having someone from the Seacoast other than in Portsmouth. I have been in the Seacoast now for about 16 years, and I retired from the State Department, and I've had my entire career overseas. So in that experience, I've covered a lot of places, and I've lost people to terrorism. A good friend, Ken Walsh, was assigned to Beirut in 1982, blown up with all of the others, Americans, in the Marine barracks bombing. I've known people in the Nairobi bombing at the embassy there. And I retired out of India, and I knew people who lost their lives in November of 2008. I retired in August of that year in the Mumbai terrorist attacks. And as a nation, we've experienced this terror. I've experienced it personally. I've lost people. But I want to address the idea of the notion of genocide. We're approaching this March, early April, the 30th anniversary of the Rwanda genocide. And I was the administrative officer at American Embassy Kigali in 1993 to 94. And it was horrible. Lost a lot of people, seen a lot of skeletons come back of people, who used to weigh 200 pounds, weighing 100, former employees. But I want to address the notion of seeing the Warsaw Ghetto. We watched the Rwandan genocide on TV. We saw it happening real time. A few hours later, because of the video at the time in the 90s, but we saw it. And I want to say that in the 4 months, it was from April to May to June to July. It really ended in the beginning of August. It was when the Tutsis captured Kigali So let's say 4 months, but a little shorter than that, there were 800,000 Hutus, 800,000 Tutsis and Hutu sympathizers who were murdered by the Hutus. So, in World War II, we had 6 million Jews. It was a period of 60 months, 5 years that this happened. That's 100,000 people a month. In Rwanda, it was 200,000 people a month. With primitive weapons, eyeball to eyeball, no Einsatzgruppen, no gas chambers, nothing like that. But they ended up with that efficiency, double the efficiency of the Nazis, with sticks. So the notion that we're supplying Israel with all of the military equipment and it's being used against defenseless people. It's not the defenseless people that can be very efficient at murder, as we have seen. I just want to say, I'm on the board member of New Hampshire for Israel. I'm a treasurer, and one of our duties as a 501c3 is to educate about Israel. And from the river to the sea, we've heard it before. From the river to the sea, Israel was meant to be. And not only in the Christian texts, but Muhammad in the Quran says, quote, Moses said to his people, "O my people, go into the Holy Land that Allah has ordained for you." And that's Quran 5, Surah 5, verse 20 to 21. And we have in our old Judean Christian Testament, Numbers 34, verses 3 to 12. If you care to Google that, you'll see exactly the political dimensions of Israel today. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the most famous rabbi of the 20th century, just let me say this now, a quote from him. I want to tell you something new, something you didn't know, perhaps I have in a number of cases so far. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, the most famous rabbi who lived in the 20th century, he says, quote, "When God promised the land of Israel to Abraham's descendants, the land in its entirety became and remains to this day the inheritance of every Jew, not subject to negotiation or trade. It is solely God's promise to Abraham that constitutes our connection to our land. When we articulate this confidently and unapologetically, the community of nations will acknowledge its truth. In contrast, basing our claims to the promised land on treaties, military victories, or diplomatic machinations will undermine other nations' respect for our inheritance. Now that we're approaching 80 years, the startup nation has indeed both blessed and has been blessed. And in Genesis we read, I will bless them that bless you, Israel, and curse him that curses you, Israel. And in thee all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Indeed, we see that with Israel now.
Thank you,
Council. It takes courage to stand with Israel from the river to the sea, but if you do, you stand to be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have one, and then is there anybody else that wants to speak? All right, we're going to switch to 2 minutes since we said originally that we were going to at 45 minutes, so we're switching to 2 minutes now. Can you please line up in the back and just stand there until everybody that wants to speak?
Your Honor, could we maybe hear from Portsmouth residents on city matters before we hear from non-residents on this matter?
I think everyone now is on this matter.
Are we all on? Is everybody on the resolution on the Gaza, Israel matter? Is everybody on that matter? No? Come on up first.
Hello, my name is Chris Broder. I live at 51 Manning Street here in Portsmouth. I'm in a butter to the South Meeting House, and we found out today that there's something trying to be pushed through about making it a VFW and taking all the parking spots, the very few that our neighborhood has left, with so many homes not having any on-residence parking, that many of the neighbors we've spoken to are against using it for that purpose, and we want to make sure that this isn't railroaded through and that there's proper review and that abutters get an opportunity to speak against this, because we are in fact against this. And I say that as a veteran. I am a veteran, and I'm not against the VFW, but as the gentleman who spoke earlier said, that is not the place for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jeff Doro. I live at 260 Marcy Street, right next door to the South Meeting House. Let me start by saying my 29-year-old son spent 3.5 years in the Army, just got out of Fort Polk about a month ago, spent some time in the intensive care unit, had injuries, paid his dues, and hopefully he'll learn something by it. My business partner, veteran of 25 years, Chris, veteran, we purchased our property about a year ago, spent a lot of money on it, invested a lot of money in transforming the backyard into a granite backyard. Our curbing is poured concrete owned by the city of Portsmouth. It's crumbling, it's falling apart. My wife and I are investing money replacing that with granite blocks that are more appropriate for the historic part of town, and we're using our own money for that. We do know that the VFW and does offer, we respect that as an institution. We respect veterans. I respect anyone that served, but I do know that VFWs are open late at night. The South Meeting House, which is surrounded by streets that only one car can drive by, you can't have two-way traffic. It is historic. It is a family neighborhood, and it is absolutely the wrong place for a VFW to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder to state your name and where you're from.
My name's Caroline Schivoni. I live in Kittery, Maine. I'm a former resident of Portsmouth, and I was born and raised in New Hampshire. I've lived here for most of my life. So thank you for having this meeting. Thank you for the ceasefire resolution being drafted. I just wanted to give an anecdote of my time in college and how it relates. So from 2013 to 2017, I attended Fordham University in New York. I studied global humanitarianism, and I interned at the United Nations headquarters in New York City. My role was to attend meetings in the Human Rights Council and to write reports on them. Many of these meetings were on the widespread and unchecked human rights violations committed by Israel against the Palestinian people in their homeland. I remember one meeting on the internationally recognized illegal imprisonment and torture of Palestinian children by the state of Israel. The average age in this report was 9 years old. The youngest was 2 or 3. These children were stolen from their families by the IDF. They were detained in horrific conditions for years. And these were violences that were reported. This was in 2016. So I remember this very clearly, and I remember there being the representative from Israel was essentially filibustering the meeting, saying that everyone was lying and acting out of anti-Semitism, when the hard facts were in front of us, the abuses that these children had endured. The then director of Human Rights Office in New York resigned this past November. I'm sure you remember that, and he stated he could no longer work for the UN as they failed to stop which was a textbook case of genocide in Gaza. We have internationally written agreements on what genocide is, and we know that this is a genocide that is happening in Gaza. We can try to ride the middle and try to make it go away by doing that, but history will look back on this as it does with all genocides and call it what it is, and we will see that we have either acted or not, and I'm asking you to act and call it what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarmad Haraki. I'm from Hampton. I'm originally from Lebanon, and I come from a Lebanese family. Our roots are since the 12th century. My great-grandfathers, Bunduktari, they ruled the area. On my mother's side, they ruled the area. And we know the area very well. My father's great-uncle was the registrar of the land of Palestine for the Ottoman Empire. It was ruled out of Beirut. 73,000 Jews lived in the land of Palestine. 400,000 Arabs lived in the land of Palestine. That is the reality. So if anyone is going to have to look at this and say, well, that is Jewish land, Jews ruled that area for 73 years in 2,000 years. So to claim that that is Jewish land, the Bible is not a historical document. Neither is the Torah. What they are, it's a Bible. It's a holy book. So the problem is not with Jews and Arabs. The problem is with Zionism. Zionism is a European problem. It was imposed on the Middle East. When no one wanted to take the Jews, when ships came to the United States, no one wanted to accept them here. They went to Palestine, they went to Haifa. When they arrived to port of Haifa, who took them? Every Arab family took them, brought them in, and told them, you can stay here. You suffered. We see it. We see what the Europeans did to you. Nobody wants you. We put you in our hearts. What did the Zionists do? They wanted to kick them out, poison them, poison their wells, kill them. They came to Lebanon. My father was a brigadier general. What was his job? He fought in the Second World War. He was among the first people that went before D-Day in order to defuse bridges. My great-grandfather came and studied in this country. He fought in the Spanish War. Why did he do that? Because we believe in justice. And now to sit down and watch what's going on and talking about numbers and history. The Zionist problem is a problem. It's a disease. It is not about Jews, and it's not about Arabs, and it's not about Muslims. Palestinians have suffered. They've been suffering and suffering. They were in the largest concentration camp. And that's what Gaza is. If anyone did this, when we bombed Dresden, when the Americans bombed Dresden, what happened? Did any Jewish person say, oh my God, you did so bad? This is unacceptable. This is inhumane. What's going on is against humanity. We as human beings do not deserve to be put in this situation. We will be remembered for generations. We have to do what is right. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Alexia Goodwin. I'm from Stowe, Vermont. I went to school at UNH, and last Friday I visited mosque. I'm not Muslim, but these wonderful ladies welcomed me as I prayed with them. And I just want to say I've been absolutely inspired by their words, and they're just amazing women, and it inspired me to speak. I hadn't prepared anything tonight, but I wanted to say that I just wanted to talk about Gaza and how it is a human zoo. These people were pressed against the wall, and they had nowhere to go. Israel has control over their water supply and their food, which they cut off during the war. These people have no other choice than, to defend themselves. And it's heartbreaking that I feel us as a community can't find human ground in the humanity that is happening here. The cities are completely rubble, and it's going to be capitalized on, and these areas are going to be built upon for capital gain. And it's tragic. There's been a lot of talk tonight about Israel's right as a state, but I want to ask you, Council, to consider the right of Palestinians for life and liberty and the right to hospitals that aren't being bombed. Israel has told Palestinians that there are safe zones, and these zones have not been respected or acknowledged. They have been bombed. They have been targeted specifically, and it is something that I would love the Council to acknowledge, and I would appreciate if everyone came together on this humanitarian crisis that needs to be acknowledged for what it is. It can't continue any longer, and why should it? It's rubble, and it needs to end now, and I hope we can all find it in our hearts to support this cause, and I thank you, Council, for presenting this today. Thank you.
Hi, Council. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me. My name's Mary Grace Allen. I live in Dover. I'm part of the arts community in Portsmouth. I'm here to speak in support of the ceasefire resolution because I don't want to live in a world where governments can commit mass murder with millions of people watching and get away with it. When social media is flooded with real-time footage of bombing, starvation, mass graves, and dying children, the bare minimum we can do is to call this unacceptable. The fact that our country is the one funding this is shameful, and it places responsibility on us citizens to stand against it. Your words can travel to the desks of our Washington reps, so I ask you to be firm in those words and to plainly call a genocide a genocide. Before I close, I'd like to address any members here who worry about how your support for this image could affect, your resolution for this, your support for this resolution could affect your image. I ask you to embrace discomfort and to prioritize human life. If your social circle is hostile to the belief that genocide is wrong, maybe you were never firmly planted there to begin with. Please know that the people here tonight represent hundreds of others in the Seacoast who will stand alongside you. With your support, Portsmouth can be remembered as a leader among other cities in the call for a ceasefire. I ask you again, please, to put forward this resolution because there are many people still alive in Palestine, struggling to survive, and they need us. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor McEachern and council members. It's been a long evening.
Just name really quickly, sorry, for the record. Name and city.
Oh, Barbara Seiken, Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm here to speak against the speak against the resolution. Israel's fighting a bloodthirsty terrorist group intent on killing all Jews and taking over the only Jewish state in the world and the only democracy in the Middle East. Israel has a right to self-defense, and this is a war of self-defense. Hamas is not some poor resistance group, as some here believe. Hamas it's not David fighting Goliath. Hamas is an extremely well-funded, funded by Iran, Russia, China, group with an organized military, numerous battalions, and a centralized government. They've declared that they will repeat the October 7th pogrom over and over and over again until all the Jews are killed. Israel fights as per the laws, the rules of war. I know it's an oxymoron, but there are actually rules of war. Hamas does not abide by any of the rules of war. They don't concern themselves with ethics like Israel does. The Ceasefire Now crowd is doing exactly what Hamas wants them to do. The Ceasefire Now crowd are the ones pushing this agenda here in Portsmouth. If this resolution called for Hamas to release all the hostages, dead and alive, to lay down its arms, then it would be an excellent resolution. Unfortunately, that's not what this calls for. This resolution is a win for Hamas and would embolden the pro-Hamas anti-Semitic groups who already plague Portsmouth. We Jews here in Portsmouth already have to look at swastikas on our temple. We already have to look at swastikas on the cafes. We already have to, like on any random Sunday, if we're walking downtown, we have to listen to these people chanting, globalize the Intifada. These people don't even know what that means. Globalize the Intifada? The Intifada was people going in suicide vests into cafes, into movie theaters, into grocery stores, blowing themselves up in order to kill more Jews. So what will this do for Portsmouth? This will really harm Portsmouth. So again, please don't even take up this resolution. It's a danger for us to be dabbling in this. It has nothing to do with the city of Portsmouth. It would, I know in the paper it said, you know, Councilor Denton and Councilor Cook, I really appreciate your idea of trying to get people to have a dialogue, trying to get people to feel more safe here, but it would actually make the Jews here feel much more uncomfortable. We already feel uncomfortable, and it would be much worse. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the work you do, and have a good evening.
That concludes.
Your Honor, I motion to suspend the rules to bring forward item number 15C1, which is the Israel and Gaza resolution. Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
This is to bring it forth out of the order that it exists. Okay.
Correct. It's to discuss it now.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Roll call vote.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
No.
Counselor Tabor?
No.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
No.
Counselor Bagley?
No.
Counselor Moreau?
No.
Counselor Lombardi?
No.
Mayor McEachran?
Yes, but what is the, so it fails.
So this means we'll just bring it up later on in the evening.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to take a, what do we have next?
CIP. Right. Prior to that, I was hoping we could do the, if you'll let me suspend the rules to bring up the chairs of the HDC and the planning board for a quick conversation about solar panels. Is that all right?
By all means.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to bring forward Section 15, letter E, number 1. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
A lot of you know that we actually made a motion at our previous meeting in which to meet with the planning board and the HDC to discuss the solar panels and whether or not to take away the right of the HDC to judge solar panels. We had a very robust meeting, and the chairs of each of those committees are here. There's a one-page in our packet, and they're here to give you a quick overview and to answer any questions you all might have. Take it away.
Well, that was a great introduction. I'm Rick Chalman. I chair the planning board, as I think you know. And we had a meeting after you voted to request a meeting of the HDC and the planning board.
Pardon me, if we can take the conversations to the foyer, appreciate that. Thank you.
The chairs and the vice chair, we met as a group of 4 to talk about the meeting and get things squared away, met with staff beforehand, had a productive meeting at the library of both the full planning board and the HDC for 2 hours, as is in your packet. The process that you requested we begin has begun, and I'd request that you let the process proceed as you requested it to proceed. I think that I know it will work, and I feel confident that the HDC will come back within the 2-month time window with a zoning amendment. I reviewed with the legal department earlier today the idea of not having it slow down after into that, so that to be a parallel process where when the HDC finishes its 2-month period, they would submit what they've come up with to the planning board and the council at the same time. The planning board could proceed with its public hearing. You guys could proceed with first reading. things can come together probably about the same time as the first reading, or perhaps at the second, where you can consolidate. No time lost. It can happen quickly. And with that, if
Sure.
you have
No,
anything to
I
add.
just want to say thank you. I mean, we had a great meeting. As I said, I think we're all working together. We're all pulling together in the same direction. You know, our goal with the HDC is to design a very simple process that will make it easier for people who are trying to have solar panels. I've absorbed your sense of urgency. I think everybody else has, so I credit the council for setting that tone, and now we are going to do our best to work on a process that will meet all of these goals. So we know what we're charged with.
The questions for either the Chair Rudig or Chair Chelman? We'll go to Assistant Mayor and then Councilor Denton.
More than a question, I just want to
Oh,
say.
that's right. There's statements.
Yes.
Allowed as well.
I don't normally do a lot of statements. I want to thank you both so much and thank your working groups. I have faith in following down this route, which we asked you to do, and I believe as a council we should give you time to work through them. And then if we feel it is not up to par of what the council is looking for, then we have other means to then, be more aggressive or push other ordinance changes. But I would like to see what can come out of this working group and what you as a cohort can bring forward.
Councilor Denton and then Councilor Tabor.
I'd actually like to make a motion. I motion to hold first reading on April 1st, 2024 to amend Chapter 10, Article 6, Section 10.633.20 by adding a new numbered paragraph 28, solar energy panels flush mounted to rooftops of existing structures which do not require other alterations to existing structures, and by adding a new numbered paragraph 29, accessory elements to solar energy panels which do not require other alterations to existing structures. And if seconded, I'll speak to it.
Second.
So it has been 8 years since January 6, 2016, when I came to the HDC. Now, I know most members on the HDC that were there then when I spoke in favor of adopting the National Renewable Energy Laboratories guidelines when it comes to solar are no longer on the HDC. But the planning department, or the planning and sustainability department, and HDC have had 8 years to work on this. And the general principle to those guidelines were this, which is once the house first seals itself, because the first priority should be saving energy, then they should be allowed to put solar arrays on their roofs without impediment. Now, that was 8 years ago. It has been, I believe, back in December when we first raised the issue that we were going to move forward with this. It's been 2 months now. This motion gives you an additional month. When we made the motion sending it to the planning board, it was not for the planning board to have this whole concurrent process. It was for the planning board to review which the HDC, which you have done. Out of the recommendations which were brought forward, some of them I wholeheartedly support. There's one in there which, if worked through, would essentially do what I hoped it would accomplish. Some of the other ones actually go in the opposite direction. So what I would like to see done here is we schedule first reading for April 1st, that's a month from now. That gives the planning board and the HDC a month. If you want to come up with amendments, present them to us. We can make amendments at first reading on April 1st. We can make amendments at second reading. Preferably, the major amendments will be made at first reading. But I would like to keep this process moving forward because the process which was laid out and the process which was just explained, they're two different things. In the packet, it sounded like it'd be a 6-month process. What was just explained here may sound like it would be quicker, but I cannot honestly see if the HDC is only meeting this month to discuss it without the planning board, and then you meet next month to then make recommendations to us, and then try to work concurrently. I don't think we're going to have something in place by spring, or by the end of spring, where we know there are currently property owners in the HDC who are not moving forward with solar arrays because they're wondering what's the point. My primary driver behind this is simple. If a property owner wants to do what they can to their property to try to mitigate climate change, regardless of how small an impact it will have in the big picture, they should be allowed to do so.
Councilor Blaylock, and then Councilor Tabor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I completely agree with what Councilor Denton said, but I also agree with what Assistant Mayor said. I think this scheduling a public hearing for April 1st keeps the ball moving forward. It also allows us time for you to come back with other amendments that may be better than ours. I look forward to working with the HCC, and I look forward to what the Planning Board brings back to us. But I think with this timeline that we keep moving forward.
Councilor Blaylock, Councilor Tabor.
We did ask you to review the solar guidelines and change them. Councilor Denton is proposing to us that we take away your jurisdiction or start that ordinance process on April 21st. How would you respond to that? How would you like to see the process work? My point of view is that you know the historic district and the HDC's operating methods better than we do, but I'd like your response on that.
Well, I think that we've set out a good timeline. I'm committed to making this go as quickly as possible. And we have a meeting, our second meeting this month is going to be devoted to this conversation altogether. We have a lot of great guidelines and documents to work from, so I think that we can very quickly, within our 2-month time frame, come up with a specific list of things that the HTC would like to see in terms of streamlining the process, trying to outline what could be done with administrative approval, what could be exempt, and how to change our guidelines or further clarify the process to make it faster. But I think that if we do this correctly, we will see more solar panels.
Thank you.
I'd like to add to that just briefly. I'm familiar with the amendment that is currently on the table and was seconded, and I've worked on an awful lot of land use regulations, and a little bit more time is going to be a good thing here with the result. I appreciate your frustration having brought this up 8 years ago, Councilor Denton. We weren't involved then. We are involved now. We had this joint meeting that I co-chaired, and I looked at these people. They are committed to getting this done. If they can get it done within 2 months, I think they will. Pressure is on. That's made clear. That was made clear at the meeting. I made that point several times. So I think have some faith in your land use boards. Give them a chance to do what you ask them to do. That's what's happening.
Just a point of clarity, when we were to schedule this for April 1st, and then 2 weeks after that, that would be April 15th or so. And then it would be to May 6th before we could take action on that. So that would still be 2 months, considering it's a three reading, and we would probably not move to suspend. So I don't think we're talking differently here. I think we could agree to the 2-month process on here. But at the end of those 2 months, if something was not created in the end of those 2 months, the default would be to vote on the ordinance that's in front of us. Is that, or do we agree on that, I guess, those set of facts of a timeline? Because we can not vote for the third reading and simply take this up and move back to first reading for the amendments, if there were so from the planning board.
You could certainly do that. I mean, the council can do most anything you want. You control the zoning and you control the city charter and all those documents. It's just, why impose a new sort of Damocles over the land use boards when the boards are doing exactly what you asked them to do from your January meeting? It was an 8-0 vote. And there's not been any hesitation. There's not been any foot dragging. This has been proceeding as quickly as it could possibly happen. We had several meetings in last month, and we had a special one just for this topic. Anything that needs to happen, staff's all in, planning board's all in. This was unanimous in both groups.
Okay, maybe I'll try to, a second time to get a different set, or agree on a set of facts. If we scheduled this to the, sorry, and I'll recognize the council, I just want to make sure on the dates. If we scheduled this to the 15th of April for first reading, we would be within second reading within 2 months. That would be the 2 month, and it would put that, just to remove the sword of Damocles, so to speak, we would still be at a public hearing aspect of the second reading if we scheduled it for April 15th.
I would accept that friendly amendment.
Well, it's not an amendment. I'm just trying to get to the, like, because we're all talking, Councilor Lombardi.
Yes. This motion makes some assumptions that that is preconceived of this process. We sent the outdoor dining to the EDC and allowed them the time to work through that carefully. It came out with a much better product. I think that we need to give the HDC and the planning board the time to come out with a product that satisfies everybody, and by this motion puts a preconceived end to those decisions. And I think that's limiting to the HDC and the planning board process.
Councilor Moreau, and then Councilor Bagley.
I think it would be agreeable if we held first reading at the first May meeting. I think that is giving them enough time to get something reviewed also by legal, which will have to be done in order. So in order to fit all those things in proper notice, I think we really have to delay first reading, because I would prefer to then, if we have the ability, to have something really complete and ready to go.
Okay. Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I took the opportunity to watch the two meetings. I guess there was a planning board HDC meeting immediately followed on YouTube by a shorter planning board meeting. So I was able to gather, I think, the data that I need to move forward. And I want to thank former HDC Chair Cynthia Harriman, who came out and spoke tonight. I believe that the HDC has an important role, but I think the important role is to prevent irrevocable changes and less about the aesthetic. And I hear from a large number of residents that are very frustrated with the challenges that they have to make their houses less drafty and more energy efficient. And I think we have a simple path forward, and I would support Councilor Denton's motion.
Councilor Boylock, and then Councilor Cook.
Yeah, I want to keep this moving forward, but I don't want to feel like we're not giving respect to the land use boards. That was not our intent. Our intent was to give you enough time to come back. But if they feel that way, I'm happy to make a friendly amendment to reschedule that public hearing for the first meeting in May. April.
May.
No, May.
May.
It's April.
Thank you.
May 6th.
Yeah.
And if I could speak to that real quickly.
Councilor
And I'm fine pushing it back a month, but my hesitation is it has been over 2 years since this council voted unanimously to send an electric vehicle charger ordinance to the planning board, and we have not received it back yet. So that's my hesitation here, but I'm fine pushing this back a month.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also really appreciated all the discussion at the meeting. Thank you so much for spending so much time at the HDC and the Planning Board on this issue. Frankly, as a city councilor who's watched these processes over the last few years, I'm surprised at the speed of this process. This is the fastest process I've ever seen go from the council to the Planning Board. In fact, we've sent several other things from the council to the Planning Board that weren't addressed and actually haven't been addressed, things that I sent a year ago now, or just now starting to be addressed at the Planning Board. So I want to put that in perspective. This is moving incredibly quickly. And it's not that this is not an urgent matter. I want to find a way to get to yes on solar panels in the historic district. And I live in the historic district, and I have neighbors with solar panels in the historic district. But at the same time, I want to absolutely make sure we're getting good guidance, that we're getting the right guidance, that we're getting it from our experts. And I know very well that the staff at the city is extremely busy, has a lot going on right now between the CIP budget, the budget process, all of our regular meetings that they address. And we are very unlikely to get a very good product if we don't sit back and wait and get the product that we're asking for, which we did ask for unanimously as a council. So I would hit pause here and say, let's give the HDC and the planning board a little bit of time to get back to us with good recommendations. I don't think the council has the expertise to move forward on this zoning change.
So the
Out there,
zoning,
advice.
as amended now, the zoning change is scheduled for the May 6th meeting.
Right.
Is that correct, Josh or Councilor Denton?
Correct, the first meeting in May.
First meeting in May. Got it. All right. Anybody else? I'll pass the gavel in case somebody disagrees with me. I want to thank Chairman Chelman, or Chairwoman Rudig for being here tonight and speaking to this. I think that hopefully we've agreed to a enough time, but also underscoring the urgency that we have here this evening for this and how many in Portsmouth feel. I want to take a minute just to publicly thank Cynthia Harriman. I thought you did a fantastic job explaining the case and your reasons for serving on the HDC. It's a good example, I think, of anything that we pass, any rule or regulation kind of continues to live on forever in organizations, and they sometimes make more rules and regulations, and making sure that we come back to the reason of what it was, historical preservation, and the idea that our eyes tend to filter out cars. We have a museum in Portsmouth dedicated to the historic preservation, Strawberry Bank, and what I always enjoyed and still cherish in Portsmouth is that we are not, we are a historic town, but we are not locked in a time period. There are so many things that come, and it allows us to reflect on the history that we have, but also the future that we build together. So Cynthia, thank you for coming out and sharing your thoughts on this. Hopefully we can move forward with the first reading, and hopefully there will be amendments in time for first reading to be made at first reading to improve the process and to make sure that we can all get to yes and align everyone's interests on this matter. So thank you.
And sooner's even better.
Yeah, sooner's even better. Yeah.
We call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Yes. Nay.
One nay. And we'll take a 10, 5, how do you tell them?
Yeah, 10-minute break.
10-minute break.
Continued public hearing, capital improvement plan, and then adoption of the CIP. We've had the presentation. If there are council questions, we can take them now, but if there are council amendments, I'd wait for them to be after the public hearing, and we will go to the public hearing. So no sign up required for the public hearing. Simply stand, state your name, your city, and no time limit, but again, brevity is an effective means of persuasion.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John O'Leary. I reside at 50 Nathaniel Drive, and I am currently, excuse me, the citizen representative on the Community Policing Facility Work Group. I'm here this evening because I understand that a reduction to the requested CIP funding for the proposed police station will be considered. I am here requesting that if such a proposal is brought forward, that you vote no on the suggested reduction. I want to make it clear, excuse me, that I'm here speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the working group, as the working group was never given the courtesy of being contacted regarding this matter, and therefore has not had a chance to discuss it. The community policing facility is the 6th capital facility project for the city of Portsmouth that I've been involved in. The most recent projects included the Foundry Place parking garage and the Portsmouth Public Library. I will readily admit I am not an expert, not even well-versed in the management of a parking garage, the daily operation of the library, nor the functioning of a police facility. What I am good at is understanding problems, asking questions, gathering information, and listening to those who know about such things. I believe that the quality library that we currently have is because we listened to the library experts and developed and implemented plans based on their input. I believe that we can do the same with the police facility if we listen to the leadership of our police department, the city administration, and the experts who are assisting them in this process. I believe that past projects that have been successful because we approached each project with 2 overriding objectives in mind. First, the project needs to produce a functioning facility that provides for the delivery of quality services that benefit our citizens. And 2, our taxpayers should receive good value for their tax dollars. I have found that by striving towards these goals, we will be successful and give the citizens what they want and need at a reasonable price. Early last year, I was asked if I would serve on this working group. At that point, work had already begun to determine the needs and how those needs could be met. Many of you have heard me refer to this as a process. This process involves asking many questions, gathering and analyzing information, making adjustments, and presenting possible solutions. The City Council would then direct the city manager how to proceed. During the past year, I believe that we've made significant progress as we work towards a resolution of how to meet this need, but we are not there yet. If the proposal to reduce the funding for this project by 35% is successful, I believe it will mean the end of this project. Why do I say this? Because on what we currently understand, a facility built at the reduced level that is being suggested will not enhance the ability of our police department to provide quality services to our citizens, and the taxpayers will not receive good value for their tax dollars. In other words, it would be a waste of time and money. Any suggestion to change the requested CIP amount is, at the very least, premature. A great deal of work is still to be done before any concrete numbers are given to you to work with. An arbitrary 35% reduction with no recognition of what that impact would be irresponsible on your part. Please allow us, who have invested our time and energy gathering information that will allow for informed decisions, continue our work. If at the end of this process the council makes a policy decision to not move forward on the police station, so be it. That's your decision. But please let us do our job. We are volunteering our time. You've given us a job to do. Let us do it. Let us do our job so that we can give you what you need to make an informed decision, as opposed to making a capricious and arbitrary reduction at this point without any concrete basis for doing so. Please allow the process to continue and vote no on any suggestion in the change in the CIP requested amount. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Any other speakers on the CIP?
Good evening, Council. Greg Hebert from 183 Hillside Drive. I have a few other Hillsiders here with me. You guys mind standing up? Thank you all for coming. I think everyone has seen I didn't bring my board's gone, but I think everybody's seen my map and seen where we are. So I just want to kind of keep it top of mind here. I'm very excited to see it has a number, TSM 25 PW 63, the Greenleaf Avenue sidewalk. And wanted to sort of amend now the letter that we sent out. The Hillside Drive residents, thank you for advancing a sidewalk to be installed on the west side of Greenleaf from Hillside Drive, connecting to the intersection of Lafayette and South Street as part of the CIP plan for the spring of 2024. That cut through that our neighborhood has used for 5 decades, the problems that it created, a sidewalk will solve them. It will allow us to have our path to school, to the library, to Lafayette Playground, to downtown for our neighborhood. And we are hoping, too, that it does help be a traffic calming element. I know the city is also currently focused on that intersection of Greenleaf and Lafayette to help resolve that, and I hope the sidewalk becomes a successful part of that. And I appreciate the time that's been put into up to this point, and I hope that we are able to get that moves forward to the CIP and becomes an urgent item right as we begin our new fiscal year. That's all.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Any other public speakers? And we'll assume that everybody there that stood is in agreement. Excellent. Seeing no one rise, I will close the public hearing on the CIP and open discussion to the City Council for questions or comments. Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've got a number of items that I want to bring up tonight, but I think it might be best to first suspend the rules and bring forward, and I need to find the City Manager's item 11A1, amendments to the CIP, so that we're talking about them all together.
Second.
Sorry, 11A1. Oh, yeah, that's right. City Manager, would you like to refer?
Should we vote?
Oh, yeah. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a reminder that at the last meeting, I brought forward as an informational item with the intent to make it a formal request, so I appreciate Councilor Bagley moving this forward. So the idea is to reduce both the capital outlay and the IT upgrades and equipment replacements as shown in your packet.
Councilor Bagley.
Now that we've brought those forward, I'll make a second amendment. A motion to accept the amendments, except item 83, sheltering and public health resources, which I would propose be either removed from the CIP or pushed to an out year. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
So this is, as I understand it, for cots and the storage of cots. If we were to have an incident in the city that required, members of the community to say overnight at the high school or community campus or something like that. And I think we have something like 63 cots, and this would bring it up to 250 cots. I think a responsible use of fiscal dollars is, cots are different than, say, COVID emergency supplies, which, instantly there weren't enough masks and surgical gloves and things of that nature. I think if there is a situation in Portsmouth that required the use of cots, those could be procured rather quickly. We have a sterling credit rating. We run a fiscally tight ship, so I don't think we'd have any problem whatsoever procuring cots in an emergency situation. And in fact, if there was such an emergency situation, I think either the state or the federal government would step in. So I don't think it's a wise use of federal dollars to spend this $250,000 in advance of an incident where we need these cots.
Any other discussion?
I do have a question for either the city manager or, I'm sorry, Kim. Health
Director.
Health Director, thank you.
Health Director Kim
Health
McNamara.
Director Kim McNamara. Did we have cots during the onset of COVID? And if not, would cots have been available then?
We have 48 cots that the city owns. We did have those 48 available, but in past years when we have had to open a shelter, we got some from the National Guard. They were very flimsy, they were very low to the ground, and most of our residents couldn't use them. So the cots that we're asking for are medical grade cots. They were not readily available prior, which is why we were hoping to purchase them ahead of time. They also can serve as a secondary hospital site. So during COVID, we sent our emergency supplies to UNH to set up a field hospital. These cots would also be appropriate for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Excluding COVID, could you give a couple of examples when we, as a city, have used?
Yes, in the 2008 ice storm, we were very isolated, and we had to open a shelter at the high school. The only ones we could get there immediately were our cots that were on site. And we had a lot of elderly residents coming to the shelter because they were cold in their home, and so we needed them pretty much immediately.
Just another question. I'm just looking for a little explanation of where you got the 250 number.
It was taken directly from quotes.
From quotes, okay.
Those quotes are a little bit old. We're having them redone for better figures, but it seems like the price is stable now.
Okay.
And Kim, forgive me, that's the price for 200 medical grade cots plus the trailers to store them in a environmentally controlled manner, correct?
In a safe manner so that they last for many, many years. And may I address one other question that was raised? The federal government tells us we're supposed to plan for 3 days of being on our own. The cavalry's not coming for 3 days.
Any other questions?
Just one more. Looking in the out year of 26, there's 750. Is that to increase the number of costs? No.
No, that $750,000 request is because we have buildings that were built for roughly 100-mile-per-hour winds, and we have more hurricanes coming up the coast, and they're probably going to be much stronger, like we've already seen happening along the Atlantic seaboard. So that's to assess the buildings that we have to use for sheltering and maybe reinforce them. And we also need a place to store our supplies.
Thank you.
One question, Kim, thank you for being here. What is the lifespan of a medical grade cot stored in a safe location?
Well, I'd have to ask the manufacturer, but I would assume 50 years, 70 years. They're very durable. They're durable medical equipment.
Okay. Any other, I think that's it for questions. Thank you, Kim. Any other comments? I would, I think that the idea of spending $250,000 on cots seems on its face kind of hard to fathom from a standpoint of, you know, a cot doesn't seem to be that expensive. But when we amortize that cost over a number of years, that's when I start seeing, you know, my recollection of COVID is that, you know, we couldn't even get toilet paper, you know, let alone medical grade equipment. And I'm not thinking about necessarily myself or my family in this, but the number of individuals within our community that might not have access to a warm place. We have 12 beds in the warming shelter that exist within, you know, we talked about Tammy this afternoon, or this afternoon, seems like this afternoon, earlier this evening. But that's 12 beds. If there was an ice storm that necessitated making sure that people that were homeless were not for that duration, I think that this would be something that we would see the value of. And over a long period of time, that number becomes a little smaller for me. So I'm not going to be supporting the movement of this, but appreciate the sentiment it was brought with. Councilor Morrow.
I agree with you, Mayor McEachern. I think that the fact that we're going to now use ARPA funds, it's an actual really good use of ARPA funds in which to be able to do this, because that's federal assistance to prepare us for future issues. So I would not support moving this out of ARPA funds for the coming fiscal year.
Any other discussion? Councilor Denton.
This is more a question for the council. So would this require an amendment to the motion to keep the $250,000 in?
They first
Spend
have
on
to
the
vote
cots?
in or out his amendment to take it out.
Oh, yeah, no, the vote is to remove it, I believe?
Yeah, so no vote keeps it in.
No vote keeps it in.
But would the no vote be voting no on everything here?
No, it's just on the motion to remove it, as I understand.
Okay, thank you.
We've now made it happen. I don't know. Kelly, is that correct?
The motion was, which would be to remove the the funding from the CIP.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we will not support, if you want the COTS to stay in, vote no on the motion at hand. If you want it to be removed, vote yes.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
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 Roll call.
We'll do a roll call. Trying to save you some writing, Kel.
I know, but
I'll just make more
sometimes
work
we
on
just
you.
need to. All right, Assistant Mayor Kelly.
No.
Counselor Tabor.
No.
Counselor Cook.
No.
Counselor Denton.
No.
Counselor Blaylock.
No.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
No.
Counselor Lombardi.
No.
Mayor McEachern.
No.
Okay, Your Honor.
So noes are 8 and yes is 1.
Counselor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I have a number of other amendments I'd like to make to the CIP, and I'll try to be very quick about them. The first one is I move that we push to an out year or eliminate from the CIP BI-24-PW-51 Mechanic Street Wharf Pier, page 112 in the CIP, and that is for the amount of $1.3 million to replace the La Cava Wharf.
Sorry. We have brought forth the amendments on the city manager, so let's vote on that. That has made on the amendments that the city manager has brought forth. Councilor Moreau.
I'd like to bring forward the city manager's amendments to just update and change one on the City of Portsmouth master plan. Instead of just taking it out, I'd like to just push it out to an out year.
Second.
And the reason for that is that I think there's enough money in there to actually start and move forward the master plan at this time. If we end up having issues a year from now and we need a little bit more money, it would be nice to still have it in the CIP in case it's needed. But a year from now, we might know it's not. So I'd rather leave it in than take it out now and then not have it and need it.
Councilor Blaylock.
I agree with Councilor Moreau. Yeah, I think we can always make a change next year, but I think at this point we should plan on at least still having it. if it's delayed a year.
Okay. Any other questions on removing or changing the out year, or moving it to the out year? Councilor Bagley?
Thank you, Your Honor. I did look into this because we do have the master plan upcoming, and it's recommended that every 5 to 10 years a city undergo a master plan, which we're about at that 10-year mark. However, it's not required. And we have the Market Square redesign plan, the potential State Street redesign plan, the Vaughn Mall redesign plan, the Arts and Culture Commission plan. So we have a lot of things coming together. So it may make sense not to be too hasty with the master plan. So by moving this into an out year, it gives us that flexibility to determine what the expenditure for the master plan would be, knowing that we're not under a deadline to do it at any date certain.
So I don't.
Yeah. Legal inquiry?
Yeah, Councilor Tabor.
Doesn't the RSA require a master plan every 10 years?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, I made this legal inquiry about a week ago, and the RSA is that it recommends.
Recommends every 10 years? Yeah.
Okay.
It's not required, it's recommended.
It's recommended.
But important.
So just to divorce the idea of moving a portion of the funds to a out year, that's what we're talking about now. We have a portion that is doing the funding at this point. We're talking about another funding that exists now, pushing that out to an out year, provided that there's a reason to continue on either the work or I guess it would be to continue on the work or to have it to implementation or something along those lines. But it's my understanding that we are progressing with the master plan this year with a delivery at the end of this year to the council.
That's Market Square Master Plan, Your Honor. And so we have $250,000 in prior capital funding to support a master plan effort that will start with an RFP process this fall, heading into early 2025. So the 200, I think what the suggestion is let's start with the 250,000 that's already been committed, and if there's a sense that the 150,000 proposed is needed, that could be taken up this time next year with the the following CIP.
Exactly. We already have a bunch of money.
Yeah, we were up 250 already.
Okay. Move it out to an out year.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Does everybody understand the motion, including myself? Great. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
There's still the rest of the.
Yeah.
Are we good with the rest of the city manager's amendments?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve the remainder of those unchanged.
Second.
Any further discussion? Thank you, city manager, for making those and bringing them to the council. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, we're back to amendments to the CIP from councilors. Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'll try to go through these quickly. There's not that many of them. So I would move that we move BI-24-PW-51 Mechanic Street Wharf Pier on page 112 of the CIP to an out year. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
This is a rather expensive project at $1.3 million. The wharf has been gone for about 10 years. There hasn't been a huge outcry in the community that we need this back. It may have outlived its purpose, but it is a rather valuable piece of waterside property with a great granite wall. So I think we could probably find a better, highest and best use. The reason it is in this year is we have a work permit that would expire, but we could always get another permit, or we may want to go in a different direction and utilize that area of the water in a better use that might be more or less expensive.
Any other discussion? Assistant Mayor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if possible, I would like to hear, but from either City Manager or Peter Rice on if there's any complications if we push this out and look to get new permitting through, I would assume, with Waterfront, we have had to go through state environmental services and such, and so I would look for at least some insight from staff on that.
The impetus behind putting the funding in this in FY25 is to be able to utilize the permit that will the ability to apply for the permit we have that would expire. If we do not take advantage in this fiscal year, we would wait till 2030. 2030. You'd have to wait again to apply. So the idea behind this would be to provide a public area for docking. We understand that there may be a desire to accommodate such vessels, if you will. We also understand there are competing interests for the funding.
Thank you.
Quick follow-up, why would it be to 2030?
I'm going to ask Peter Rice to come down and answer that question.
Tried to save him.
Good.
I primed you up, Peter. You knew it was coming.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Peter Rice, Director of Public Works. In order for us to be able to reflect the savings in the projected debt schedule and thereby show the reduction in those bars that you, to keep it below the 10%, you would need to push it out to 30 so that you would not see that impact until 31. So it helps straighten out that bar graph, and that's why it would be recommended to push it out that far.
Assistant Mayor and Councilor Cook.
Peter, with waiting an additional 5 years to commence the project, do we feel that it may increase the cost of the project or the scale of the project?
Yes.
Yes. Like, if you could give a percentage or kind of...
It's hard to say. We are in the process of starting the Mechanic Street pumping station project, and as we're moving forward with that, it'll better inform that area. So it'll give us an opportunity to see if there's any potential leveraging of work to help reduce costs. But really, until we got into the design, we couldn't say what that impact would be. We have the design done right now as it stands. The bids came in significantly higher than money's available.
As always.
And given the cost of construction, we could look to the out years. When it comes to prioritizing, I mean, obviously, ultimately, it's a city council decision, but this is the type of project that is a want, it's not a need. And, if we're looking to make hard decisions and reducing expenditures, this is one that we feel comfortable pushing out.
Thank you.
Councilor Cook, then Councilor Denton, and Councilor Tabor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you so much for answering these questions. Is there any impact if this project is not done on the house that is empty that sits next to this wharf space?
No, the house that's next to it is part of the redevelopment of the pump station project. So we haven't gone to demolish that building yet because we haven't clearly defined what we're doing in that space relative to the pumping station upgrade. So what happens to that building will be discussed publicly. It'll be part of a public process to redevelop the site for a new pumping station, and that is moving forward at this time.
And a follow-on, is there any impact to pumping station redesign improvement as far as permitting goes if we allow this permit to expire and have to go through the permitting process again?
I don't believe so, because they're two separate projects. I mean, if we let this project permit expire, we'd have to get a new permit. It's challenging, but dock permits are issued. So, it is something that we're comfortable that if it's so desired at some point in the future, it's something we could accomplish.
Thank you.
Councilor Denton.
Peter, are you confident if we do not move forward now and wait 5 years that what is currently there would be able to withstand several increased large floods like we experienced earlier this year?
The pumping station?
Not the pumping station, but the wharf itself.
There is no wharf there now.
But what's there now?
So the wharf collapsed in 2019.
Correct.
We removed all the debris, and what's there now is a quay that's a granite block with concrete that was designed to withstand projected tide elevations. We're anticipating inundation, and then it would be able to handle that inundation, but it would not yes, it would be able to handle inundation. The building, the La Cava building itself, it's in dire straits. You know, it needs to be removed at some point in the near future.
I almost rented there years ago.
Councilor Tabor.
So the old wharf just collapsed in a heap one day, as I recall, or so
Correct.
This would provide public access to the water, though, right?
The
In other words,
wharf
what are
would
the
provide a
benefits?
public, it depends on what the final configuration of the wharf. It is not anticipated to be a kayak launch, given the currents in that location. It'd be very dangerous. It would be fine for a dock for boats to come up against, things like that. But it would not be recommended to be a kayak launch. It is a very dangerous current in that section.
But the general public could take a walk down there and go out and get a water view of that little channel.
Yep, as they can now in the existing quay that's there.
Right, okay, thanks.
Councilor Lombardi.
So the buildings there are still present, is that right?
The old apartment building is still there.
Yeah, and does that pose a liability? It's not in good shape.
It's currently locked, and, you know, we are monitoring it. It's not posing a liability other than the fact that it's an old building that if we were ever to reuse it, it would require a significant upgrade. We would not recommend reusing it, would likely recommend knocking it down and doing something else in that location. The intent when we purchased it was to be able to provide space for the pumping station upgrade. And when we do that, there will be an opportunity for reconfiguring the space for public access. So, you know, the intent is really to have, as we're doing the design, to have a public process to get input from the residents and to look to have not only a pumping station that provides an essential function, but also have the side benefit of being a public space that people can enjoy.
Any other questions? Peter. Thank you, Peter. Any other questions before vote? The vote to remove, or would this be to push to an out year of 2030? Any other comments? I think that, at least for myself, being able to understand the needs of the Mechanic Street pumping station more fully before moving forward on restoring this access, knowing that the limitations are not really from a permitting standpoint, but from a budget standpoint of what is existing in the CIP. So if there was a strong need or desire to move forth from the city of Portsmouth, we could make that arithmetic work in future CIPs to pull it back in. But I think probably prudent to allow it to slip out and give us the time to more fully realize that area. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Moving on, TSM, I move that we move to an out year TSM-08PW-65 wayfinding system, page 135. And if I get a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
This is kind of an ongoing project where we're putting wayfinding signs like that you see downtown, say to Strawberry Bank or to the parking garage, things of that nature. And while I think it's a project that we should complete at some point, as everybody knows, we have the reevaluation this year, which is going to, some uncertainty with what people's tax bills are going to be. And acknowledging that this tax impact isn't really until next year when the bonds are issued, I do think it's prudent for us to try and be as conservative this year as possible until we see what the full effect of the evaluation is. And I think this is a good candidate for pushing out.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to provide a point of order that this would come from parking revenue, which is a special revenue fund, which would not impact the general fund. Just want to be clear. Thank you.
Councilor Bullock?
Yeah, I was just going to state that, I think this is more of a want than a need, like we said with the wharf, but I would encourage council, to put any wants off to an off year, such as this.
City Manager, thank you, Councilor Bullock. City Manager, remind us what we can use the parking revenue for if it is not to be used on things that are aligning to traffic needs downtown, would we put this over to would it increase the amount that we put to the general fund?
The amount we contribute from parking to the general fund would stay at 2.5 million, and this would stay in the fund balance of the parking enterprise fund, special revenue fund, for other uses related to parking.
So
or
it would be
downtown.
fully funded by parking revenue.
Correct. Assistant Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for that point of clarity. And while I do think that this somewhat seems like a want versus a need, I think especially as we are looking for citywide traffic calming procedures and pushing visitors out of residential areas and sending them through travel lanes that we deem, I think it's very important through vehicular and ped bike. And as we look at the master plan for Market Square, I think that helping people navigate the city the way that we want them to navigate it versus the way that, say, Waze wants them to navigate it is very much a need versus a want. So I would vote to, and I will be voting for keeping this in, especially as we talk about that it's not coming from the general fund.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. Councilor Bagley?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. And I think the Assistant Mayor makes an excellent point. I would just say that, it might be more prudent to do these signs after the Market Square reconfiguration plan and the State Street reconfiguration.
Thank you, Councilor Bagley. Councilor Moreau?
I know that this is a project that already has happened in the downtown, and I believe these funds, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, they're expanding to other parts of the city to continue wayfinding.
That is my understanding. Unless Peter Stith wants to advise me otherwise, that is my understanding. It would be radiating outside the downtown. But Peter Stith, our planning manager, is here to.
Good evening. That is correct. Would be. Short and sweet.
You persuaded me with your brevity, Peter.
Confident walk.
I will add that the bike and pedestrian plan is getting ready to kick off, and that will likely have some component of wayfinding as well in that plan, along with the Market Square master plan. So,
And would also the bike, the greenway that's going to be created would also be part of this as well.
correct. We would want to use the wayfinding.
So it'd be
to connect.
important to have signage for all that, yeah.
And to just clarify, signage, like, we had a group of residents come and ask for extra signage on Market Street in Hanover, where now we have signage that says, oncoming traffic does not stop. That falls under wayfinding signage also, correct?
I'm not sure if the traffic falls under that. This is more of like getting to destinations and directing people. It would probably direct them to parking garages
Okay.
and such, and then highlighted places in the city. But as far as traffic, I don't think it would speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter.
Yep.
Your Honor, can I add that we have funding in from prior years to the tune of roughly 160,000 in wayfinding? Prior year funding. So as you're navigating these waters, if you're thinking about supporting the out year, we do have 160,000 on hand through existing parking revenue funds identified for wayfinding.
Okay.
This would be in addition to that.
Sorry, so we have an additional, so I was looking at, it says we've allocated 275,000 in the last 6 years. 160,000 is still available? Is that-
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. And then this would complete the task, or can this, and we can't, I guess, spread this out over 26, 27, 28, 29 because of the impact to the debt service? Is that correct?
Well, this is again parking.
Oh, that's right, it's parking.
So I think staff would recommend pushing this out a year to understand the requests from both the Market Square Master Plan, Bike Ped Plan. So if you're looking for our opinion on this, we would suggest pushing wayfinding in that amount of 350 out to FY26.
Okay, because we
I
have.
would make that friendly amendment.
FY 26, yes.
Yeah.
And then we can still do, I mean, the idea of moving some wayfinding so that we have outside of simply the downtown would be accomplished through the 160,000
You
that we
got it.
still have.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Counselor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor, and I'll give you the page number first this time. Page 111, I move that we we reduce from 150,000 to 100,000 for this year only, BI-20-PW-50 EV chargers. And 50,000 already comes from parking revenues, so the reduction would be from the bonding portion, not the parking revenues portion. And the reason I brought this forward is one, in light of, just trying to make that tax impact as soft as possible next year. And we also have a situation where we have monies for electric charging stations, but my understanding is there's a long lead time on them, so it's difficult to spend the money.
I think
Assistant Mayor.
I'm not saying that we bond any of this. I'm saying that 67% is coming from Fed and 50% is coming from parking.
Yeah.
It's
federal,
no general
state,
fund impact at all.
Other revenues.
Are you talking about the?
I didn't realize, I misread that.
It's a lot of pages.
Do you withdraw that?
All right.
All right, I'll withdraw that one.
Any others? Counselor Bagley.
Yes. Page 70. I move that we move into an out year BI-24-FD-12 Fire Station 1 security upgrades to an out year. And this is, I should probably double check to make sure it's coming out of funding.
It is.
Thank you.
It's general fund.
That's general fund.
It's general.
General fund. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
I'll second just to hear the argument.
So Fire Station 1 has, my understanding is it's got traditional locking keys. And the challenge with that is you don't know who's coming and going, where you would with a key card access, which is something that we would like to have. However, it's also manned 24/7. So security, we always have firefighters on site unless they're out at a call. And I just think it's fiscally prudent to push this out.
Assistant Mayor.
I would ask to hear from the fire department on this, including any idea for any wiggle room if there was some reduction in the allocated funds. And this is, I'm sorry, just to clarify, this is all 3 fire stations?
Correct. The object here is to get the 3 fire stations onto the same network as City Hall. It also would have a component to add video cameras to the buildings to be able to monitor the comings and goings of the doors and the parking lots of the facilities as well.
Okay.
Was there another question? I'm sorry.
Nope, I just wanted some clarification.
Councilor Bullock.
I have a question for you, Chief. Just Councilor Bagley, touched on the security of the buildings. Could you just touch if it's always manned or?
No, so that's the root of the issue is that the buildings are not always manned because when the crews on nights and weekends are right during the daytime, there's staff there, administrative staff, but at certain times of the day and night, the administrative staff obviously is not there, and those buildings are unmanned when the crews leave to handle an emergency.
Thank you, Chief. I'd be inclined. I wouldn't be inclined to support removing this. I think the safety and security, especially all the equipment that the fire department has, but I wouldn't be supporting moving this to an out year.
I'd be very supportive of the fob system works. We see it, obviously, as you said, in other city buildings and in other commercial buildings, and so I would be in line with Councilor Blaylock to keep this in and support the sharing up of those city buildings.
I would agree with that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
No. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. It's tougher to do it those ways.
All right, getting to the end here.
Who made order?
Your Honor.
Yes, that means.
I move page 66. I move that we move VE-25-PD-09 taser replacement cycle to FY26. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
What is the item?
This is
The
the
tasers.
taser replacement for the amount of $533,500.
Coming out of bond fund.
That's a bond, yeah.
I'll second it.
And this is more just, it's a new addition, if I understand correctly, to the CIP. It looks like tasers, which we deploy about 10 times per year, or unholster about 10 times per year. Sometimes they're deployed, sometimes unholstering them is enough to resolve the situation. They used to be significantly less expensive, and they used to last about 10 years. Now they're significantly more expensive, and they seem to have a lifespan of 5 years. So I think it might be better looking into to see if there's some cost savings there, provided that we don't have, we're not putting our department at risk.
Any, Counselor Denton? And
Your Honor, I have a question for either the city manager, police chief, or member of the police commission. Would pushing this off put any of our officers at risk?
Good evening, everyone. Chief Newport here. I would say that our current tasers are at end of life, and if they were to fail, that would put our officers at risk. Therefore, that is why we're here to replace the current tasers that we have.
Thank you.
Assistant Mayor.
Chief, as you said, most or I guess my question would be, is it most or all? Is it something we'd be able to do in a rolling stock way instead of every 5 years? Would we be able to, do 20% this year, 20% next year, and keep it rolling stock that way?
So I would say with that, the issue with that is a training issue because the new tasers are significantly different than our old tasers. We currently replace our tasers now in a rolling stock, and moving forward, we continue to do that.
Okay.
But for example, the taser that we currently have, you can fire once.
Yep.
The new taser, you can fire 10 times.
Okay.
So it's a significant difference from the old taser to the new taser. So we'd want to bring it all on at once.
On board at once. Okay. Thank you for that, Chief.
Counselor Tabor.
Chief, how old are the current ones?
Well, as I just stated, we replace them in a rolling stock.
Okay.
So some of them are.
They vary, yeah.
Counselor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I certainly would not be supportive of removing this. I understand it's a lot of, $500,000 is a lot of money, but I understand for our police officers, if they don't have a working taser, the next means is to actually use their firearm, and I think that's a big jump. So I would not want to put our officers in that position. I'd want to keep them safe with working tasers.
Correct.
Okay. So tasers used to cost $700. They now cost $7,000. They used to last 10 years. Now they last 5 years. Seems like decent business model.
So I just to clarify,
Well,
that price
militarization.
increase is over the 5-year span of the lifespan, and a lot of it now is the technology that's used in the new tasers. Our current tasers do not have that, so there's a back end, a lot of computer software
Okay.
program.
And then there's training is that counting to the training on the new tasers, et
Yes.
cetera? Okay. So seems like a high cost from a standpoint of moving, but we're moving an entire police force over to a new technology. And then in the future, we will, because I do see like another lump payment out in 2030, and would like to know just that we would, if we can, in the future, bring those in from a rolling stock perspective once we've moved over to the new system.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we will
Your Honor, I'll withdraw my motion.
withdraw the motion. Great, and I don't have to say all in favor.
And I've got two more. Page 94, BI-15-RC-35, Leary Field bleachers, move to an out year. If I get a second, I'll speak to it.
I'll second that.
That's just another one where, it's been in the CIP for a long time. At some point, we're going to have to do it, but I don't think we're quite at that point yet.
So this is the out year for the 50,000 or the $1 million that is coming in the out year of 26?
If we move out the 50,000, the $1 million would move out correspondingly, because the 50,000, I believe, is for design. So we couldn't spend the 1 million until we did the design.
Okay. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a question for the city manager around safety of the current bleachers and what we anticipate as far as safety over the next year if we postpone this.
I'm going to ask that Recreation Director Todd Henley come up because he can speak to what is being utilized now at the bleacher area or the grandstands. I think the question, Todd, is, or Peter, are there areas that are
Or both.
blocked off from use versus allowed to be in use.
Thank you. Good evening. In terms of use right now for the bleachers, it is utilized, the field is utilized for middle school baseball, high school baseball, Babe Ruth, Legion games, things like that. So it does get, I'm not going to say heavy use, but it does get use throughout the course of the year. But as for the safety, I want to refer to Peter for that.
The bleachers are required to be inspected every 2 years. And then because it's a historic structure, it does not conform with the, modern requirements of, bleachers. But it is, there have been modifications made at the, at the direction of the folks that do the inspections for us. The intent was to try to create, try to support the historic nature of that bleacher, because I think it probably would be hard for us to really reconfigure it significantly, but improve, and it's a lead painted structure, that would require significant work to address. So, we know there's significant investment that needs to be made. The concession stands in the bathrooms are tired as well. So, it is something that's, it needs to be done at some point.
Councilor Boa?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm very familiar, obviously, with these bleachers. I know, from my understanding, they're not handicap accessible, correct? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I know that's one concern. I would consider, this might be considered a want more than a need. But having handicap accessible bleachers down there, I think, is really important. Also, I'll just point out all the activities we had with the Portsmouth 400. We weren't able to use the snack shack there or anything because it's in such disrepair that it is basically not functioning. So this will need to be done at some point. But those bleachers are rickety, and I just hope there's no safety concerns that we're creating if we push this out.
We will continue the inspections, and if there are, obviously we will address the concerns.
Thank you, Your Honor. Peter, the upgrade to the concession stands, does that include the restroom area?
That is the intent.
Okay, so just a clarifying question in my head. So we're looking at upgrading those restrooms, but then at the South Mill Pond, which is in the same area, building restrooms there also?
Correct.
Okay, so do we feel that there's enough need for those?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
I was just talking to the rec director today, and we had to add additional porta potties to the South Mill parking lot area to accommodate the need. So there is a increased demand, and it's, what are you, five porta potties right now at the parking lot. So there's definitely a demand.
Okay.
Is it possible the 50,000 is to study it, or to make a design, to design it?
That would be the design, yeah.
Okay.
And frankly, I would acknowledge that's probably not enough, given the extent of the work.
Okay. How much would be enough for the extent of the work?
I would be pulling a number out of the air, so I would,
All right.
not my derriere, but the
I guess,
air.
given that the debt schedule, would this be something that if we moved it from 26, it wouldn't happen until 30 as well?
In order for it to reflect an improvement to the debt, a 10% graph, yes, that's what would be recommended.
Okay. So what happens if we start with the 50 grand and there's not, it would be a supplemental appropriation of the council at that point?
We would look to contingency first to see if there's capital contingency to cover the additional cost.
And that's of the design, right, Peter?
Yeah.
Of the design, correct. The design would then better define what the cost of the overall project would be. And given the fact that this number was developed a number of years ago, I would suspect it's going to be higher than $1 million to do all the work necessary.
Okay. Councilor Boyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't realize this delay would be till 5 years. My fear is that there would be an unsafe issue in the next 5 years, and then we would be trying to, fix it immediately because we've created a dangerous situation. But yeah, for that reason, I won't be supporting moving it out.
Okay. Peter, there's regular inspections of this, and if something was to be found unsafe, is this
Correct.
something that be, okay. All right. Any Councilor or Assistant Mayor?
One more question. Sorry to ask both of you this, as we've asked before. Do we find this falls into the wants versus the needs?
When I try to clarify that question, I think about essential services. And if the grandstand were cordoned off and not able to use, would the essential services be impacted? I would say no. So, however, the rec director would probably, consider.
So I asked both.
Differently. So I would not want to speak for him.
Okay. So from a public safety standpoint, we're looking at more of a want that could trend into a need.
Well, if we're talking about public safety, obviously we would have to do repairs to the structure if it was structurally unsound. That would be, we would do that as a matter of course. It would not be a reconstruction and a new facility. It would be sistering in joists or whatever was necessary to make it stable and safe.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I ask a question of either Todd or Peter? The newer grandstand bleachers on the third base line, are those in the same condition as the historic grandstand?
No, they're not. Those comply with current standards.
Thank you.
I think that what we have there currently is, for the bleachers themselves, are still usable. I think the bigger issue is the concession stand bathrooms that we've had to work on a little bit over the past couple of years. So with the programs that utilize that field, those are high items for them. But in terms of the safety, as long as we're continuing with the inspections, they're still usable, and
Is there a possibility of separating the two projects? Of rehabbing the concession stand restrooms and not touching some of the bleachers that wouldn't be directly affected?
Yeah, there's that possibility.
Okay.
And to Todd's point, we did do some modifications this year and did some roof repairs, and it is better, and we actually had the Rotary had some volunteers and did some painting. So, we can continue to do maintenance. The bathrooms, would be in working order and acceptable. The concession stand is not currently workable.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd be willing to withdraw my motion in light of the money's not really being enough to do all of it. If I withdrew my motion and we focus the first $50,000 that's in the CIP towards the restrooms and the concession stand, and if there was leftover, we put it towards the bleachers.
I think that will be enough for a design purpose, maybe, of the restrooms and the concession stands, or is there, to understand, use the money that's allocated in this 25-year to focus on the efforts that are needed from a restroom and concession stand aspect, and come back with a better understanding of the broader bleachers?
So if I understand the question or request, we'd use the $50,000 for upgrades to the bathroom, not a design or reconfiguration, but just maintenance type of activities.
To make sure that what we have there is usable, and then we'll deal with the
Bleachers.
The bleachers. It's in the out year now. We can leave it there, and then move it in the next year if we don't need to act on the bleachers. Because we're going to have to add more money to the bleachers anyways, per what I understand.
Yes. I would think that would be, the $50,000 would be acceptable to improve the bathrooms, and, we would probably look at gutting the concession stands and figuring out what we'd need to do to bring them up to code, and if we can, within the monies we have available, do that. If not, we would, either bring it back to council next year, or if there's a possibility of partnering with Babe Ruth or others, we'd explore that.
Wonderful.
Great.
I think that's great. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
So I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you so much.
And then my final one, which I don't think is going to get a lot of support, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. Page 100, I move to move into an out year for purposes of discussion, BI-19_PW, that's probably a dash, PW-41, Prescott Park Master Plan Implementation. And if I get a second, I'll speak to that.
Second.
I just, in light of the recent flooding at Prescott Park, I wanted to be clear that the plan still makes sense, we're still doing the right thing, or do we need to change or adjust anything kind of midstream in light of the recent flooding?
It sounds like a Peter Rice question, and he hasn't sat down yet. So it's all right with the city manager.
Go ahead, Peter, thank you.
So is this for discussion, or is this a recommendation?
More of a get a temperature.
So the master plan was developed in 2017, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, there was a vision, and council accepted that vision at the time. The thought was that there was a mechanism to pay for the improvements, and there would not be a tax impact as part of the general fund. That mechanism for funding did not come through, and the acknowledgement that there would be general fund money spent was made. And the project started, but during that project, there was a change in consensus relative to what was really priorities of the park. And as you know, over the last number of years, we've done some enabling engineering, did geotechnical work out there. We've done some permitting relative to tidal impacts and shoreland construction, and we looked at reuse of the relocation and reuse of the Shaw Building because of tidal inundation, and in order to keep the Shaw Building functional, we would need to do an addition. If you recall that first phase, when we brought it to you all last year, the desire was to hold off until we had a full project for the Shaw Building, which would mean an addition. The $4.5 million this year was to cover the cost of that addition. So the project as envisioned right now, which we're calling, Phase 1A, as we like to phase everything, would be the raising of the Shaw Building, adding an addition, doing some drainage work around the area, and raising Water Street as well, which is the access street along the park, or that bisects the park. And that is the extent of where we're at. We're looking at not impacting the performance lawn as part of that work, or minimizing the impact of the performance lawn. The costs of this project are really becoming significant. The long-term vision is not even, we're up to $8 million plus, and that is just the first portion of the projects. So it appears we're at a juncture where it would be appropriate to kind of revisit, if this is really the direction we want to go. We're looking $20+ million on investment as it's structured now, if we continue down this path. We could obviously truncate that and just do the first portion. We could, truncate it to the point where, the Shaw Building stays as it's configured now, and maintain the shed, raise it, do that stuff, and maintain the shed there. The one thing that wasn't really ever clearly pointed out was that the maintenance facilities at the park would need to be somehow provided. And that cost has not really been included. So we looked at the possibility of trucking equipment in every morning, but it really isn't tenable to maintain a park like that in that manner. You need to have something located there. So there are additional costs if we decide to raise the building, Shaw Building, put an addition there. There's an additional cost associated with that to store the lawnmowers and the planting equipment and all the different things that the guys do to maintain, the park.
Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, and thank you for that explanation. And a follow-up question, along Water Street, if you're driving towards the water on your right, there's a lot of large mature trees. I don't know what kind of trees they are. Those would have to be removed or not have to be removed in order for this to go forward?
We currently are planning not impacting those. However, as you know, whenever you do construction around a root zone of a tree, you have the potential of impacting the health of the tree. So the intent was to avoid that. There were a couple shrubs that would have to get taken out, but the project as it's structured now was to not impact those trees.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Tabor.
Just to clarify, Peter, when you said that the all-in number is 20 million,
That's a grossly under-budgeted number.
but you're talking about the entire park master plan, not just moving the Shaw and
Correct.
putting on addition.
Yes.
So we've got $4.5 million to move the Shaw and put on an addition,
There's an existing,
plus the existing.
yeah, it's close to $8 million for the first phase.
Yeah. So, I think we've all seen the imminent threat to the Shaw, where it sits right now. The last major flood event, we had 24 inches and both furnaces were knocked out. And so we're talking about a historic building that has a function in the park that faces this imminent threat. Isn't it the case that if we move the Shaw but don't put on the addition, we trigger the need to bring the Shaw up to code?
I think there's some discussion relative to that, whether that's required or not. It really, I would have to come back to you with a specific answer on that. I've had conversations with Joe Almeida, and there was the thought that if you were just relocating it, raising it, it would not necessarily trigger all the code requirements. It depends on if we end up doing structural improvements and how much we dig into the building. And that, the relocating it in and of itself is not necessarily a trigger, but it is the renovations in addition to the relocation and the raising of it that would, it's a combination of those things that would trigger the code compliance.
Last question would be, in addition to the Shaw, this program would essentially protect this flooding, the area that now floods, by raising it and making it more resilient for the long term.
Yes, that area would, it would be raised, I think 3.5, 4 feet to the elevation of the Liberty Garden, the Liberty Lawn portion. And then it would drop off on the back side of the building to the existing elevation that's in the back side of the, where the performance lawn starts, that elevation.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Your Honor.
So the water would still come in behind the building. It would not eliminate the flooding through the park.
Yeah.
But it would end up spilling down around the back side of the building versus inundating the building itself.
Right. And I have to recuse on this vote because I have the Arts Festival fiduciary role.
Councilor Denton and then Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Peter, you're right. That was in 2017 when the Prescott Park Master Plan was adopted. I think that was my first term on the council, and the debate then was much different. I think it was a 8-1 vote against me, where I simply wanted to make sure there was a permanent structure for the Arts Festival. But that was 7 years ago, and we saw the flooding that had occurred, and that used to be the bank of the Piscataqua, and at some point it will become the bank of the Piscataqua. And regardless of us trying to reroute the flooding, it's going to happen. So the question is really going to become at some point, at what time are we going to say, hey, some buildings will be lost, and it's not worth however many $1 million to save them? And having seen that flooding recently, as much as I love the park and everything it has to offer, I don't know if that building's worth saving years from now with this money.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does this upgrade also help improve the pumping that we have under the street that helps pump water out? Does it
No,
improve that line at all?
Nope, it would not.
And as a follow-on to that, where is that currently in the master plan, addressing that pumping system that we have, or lack
So
of one, the drainage system?
The pump station itself is Mechanic Street Pump Station, which is currently in the CIP. The Mechanic Street Pump Station. No?
No, I'm asking really about the
piping?
The piping under Prescott Park that allows drainage of water from that
I
whole
misunderstood.
area. And currently, my understanding is we don't necessarily have a plan for a pump to help address that when that's inundated with water. And is any of that addressed at all in the improvements to Water Street?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you're asking. So you're talking about a stormwater pumping system. There is no plan to have a stormwater pumping system. Currently, the drain line is part of the Phase 1. We have monies currently available. So if the decision was to curtail the scale of the project, the drainage could still be improved in that area. The flooding you see in the area is really tidal inundation, and depending upon the flows, there is a sewage component to that. So the improvements, and I mistakenly understood what you were saying, was the sewer pump station is part and parcel of the improvements to that conveyance system for the sewerage, not the stormwater.
Thank you.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just kind of to Councilor Denton's point, and Director Rice has talked about how expensive this project could get. One of the concerns I have is when we move the Shaw Building, that's an integral part of the Prescott Park Arts Festival because of all the stuff that happens there in order for the Arts Festival to happen. Just throw an idea out here at the last minute. If we were to leave the Shaw Building there for as long as it could survive and to construct a new building where we were proposing to move the Shaw, would that be more or less expensive, or is that hard to say?
We'd need to do the design and figure out what that would mean. I mean, the Shaw Building is a historic building, so the relocation was not. It was to pick it up and move it like half a building length up towards the Players Ring. So if we were to say we want to revisit this, we would need to put some numbers down and figure out what it would mean. I think it would be comparable probably, because we're talking about building picking it up, moving it, and then building an addition next to it. So that addition next to it's a new building, and the cost associated with that new building is anticipated to be about $4.5 million. But so whether it was done on one side of the building or the other side of the building, you still have to raise the Shaw Building to protect it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
And raising the Shaw Building is going to protect it from flooding. We're anticipating raising it high enough to protect it for current anticipated flooding for the next 20, 30 years? Is that?
I don't know the exact duration that was anticipated. I think it was a 50-year planning cycle, but climate change is what it is, and things seem to be accelerating. But it's hard to say. This could be an off year. The El Nino effect, and what the storms are doing. It's hard to say.
Thank you.
Separating out the, sorry, Councilor Cook, follow-up?
No, I was just going to say I was standing right there in the park on the day that we had the inundation of flooding this last year, and it was very significant flooding. If we don't raise this building and elevate it to save it, it's not going to last a number of years at this point. So we will be in a situation where we don't have, not only do we not have a Shaw building that is savable at that point, but we also will not have a home for the Prescott Park Arts Festival in the park. The Prescott Park Arts Festival is one of the largest drivers of tourism in the city in the summer. So we have to be really mindful of the fact that any action not to take, not to save the Shaw right now, which is where their offices are located and where they operate all of their programming out of in the summer, is an action that ultimately, in as soon as 5 to 10 years, could put them in a situation where we don't actively have a place for them in the park, and we end up with more trailers in the summer. So I just want to be really clear what the decision-making is here. I think it's reasonable down the road to curtail other pieces of the Prescott Park Master Plan. Maybe we only implement 1A, maybe then we revisit, but this is one of those pieces that has to be done for infrastructure improvements under Water Street and saving this building and therefore extending the life of Prescott Park.
Couple of questions on that. Thank you, Councilor Cook. One, are the infrastructure improvements is contemplated by the $4.5 million spent next year simply for the building, or do they also encompass the water and sewer that exists on Water Street that we'd be tackling at the same time?
It would include the whole, it would include the drainage,
Okay.
the raising the building, and an addition.
Okay.
If, I'm sorry if I may, sir. If we decided not to do a full addition because we can determine code compliance could be met, and another alternative, there's a possibility of saving some money through that. The benefit of that is we could leave the additions on there and potentially use them for our maintenance portion and really leave the functionality as it is right now. One vision, as you may recall, was that we were going to turn the Shaw building into a public space that you could have events and things like that in. But if that is something that was not necessary, we would not necessarily need to build as much into an addition per se. So it would be an opportunity for some savings.
Okay. And then to clarify on just on the Shaw building's survivability, damage that was taken to the Shaw affected the systems within
Furnaces, yeah.
the furnaces.
Mm-hmm.
Was there sustained damage to the Shaw? I just want to make sure that we are, if we don't do this, is it like a 5-year? As I understand, the flooding events are things that happen and then recede. Is this something that we would expect the building to be compromised in the next 5 to 10 years, or even in larger events when down the road when there are flooding events? Is this something that the building can't maintain inundation to water, or slowly will not survive?
You would start to see some rot, and there are ways to control that and to look at addressing that. And if we go to raise the building, there is going to be some timber replacement. So it happens a lot of times where you get sill rot in a building, and they're going to raise it up and put a new foundation, and they end up like sistering in a bunch of studs for the building. So there is the ability. You wouldn't lose the building per se. You would just lose a portion of it, and it would be a bit more extensive renovation to put it on a new foundation and raise it up.
Okay. And then last question: when would we know like Mr. Almeida's conjecture that we wouldn't require a rehab of the building if we could raise it without without triggering that?
I'd need to talk to him. I mean,
just to clarify, he's not the only one that decides that, right?
Right,
we can't
right.
just ask Joe, hey, it's...
No, we would work with the inspections department and, the code officers to make sure that, we're not
Okay,
flying
because there are laws that require that. It's not just Joe, so people don't call Joe asking him.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
There are things we follow.
Okay. What happens if in the $4.5 million, are they all assigned to they're assigned to both the Water Street or improvements from sewer and drainage standpoint, which are, I think, many in the area would say are in need of sewer enhancements and drainage enhancements there. Then there are also the raising of the building, and then it's also the addition of that.
Correct.
Okay. And so if the addition doesn't happen and the raising doesn't happen, it could be contemplated that the $4.5 million number comes in significantly less than that.
If we weren't doing those things, we would need to, obviously would do a new opinion of cost or estimate, and we would adjust the request for bonding. Ultimately, we're going to need to bid the project to get a firm number. But if we were going to be doing a bunch of the drainage work, we probably would want to raise the road, and if you raise the road, you're going to want to bring the building up, and so that it really. But the question relative to Joe will need to speak to the building inspectors and see what trips that code compliance additional work.
Okay. And then, I guess finally, this, while it is in the CIP, it would be a bonded issue, and so from another bite at the apple in terms of the conversation around that, we would also have more of that information in the bond authorization discussion?
Correct.
Okay. So if we left it in at the moment to find out more information on Mr. Almeida's conversations with our building inspectors and whether or not this would trip, that we can have a further discussion at the bond authorization, whether or not this would actually require the renovations that would push the cost up.
Correct.
Okay. Any other conversation or questions, comments, or deliberations? And the motion on the floor is to remove this entirely. And separate from that, it's the master plan, which I would tend to agree with the Councilor Bagley, just from a standpoint of the funding mechanism, although not said was the McIntyre, that was the funding mechanism for the National Park Service to direct money to this. And without that, there's very hard to take as much on as possible. But the vote is to push this, just this one item out. Is it to remove it entirely, or is it to push the one item out?
Push out.
Okay. All in favor? Oh, wait. I wouldn't say. Any opposed? No.
No.
Any in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You want to do a roll call, Kelly?
Let's just be.
All right. I think we have 2 to 6.
We have 2 to 6, but. Okay, so Assistant Mayor Kelly.
No.
No. Counselor Tabor?
Recuse.
Oh, 2 to 5. See, glad we did the roll call. Cal?
Counselor Cook?
No.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
No.
Counselor Bagley?
Yes.
Counselor Moreau?
No.
Counselor Lombardi?
No.
Mayor McEachran?
No.
Your Honor, I motion to suspend the rules so we could go past 10:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
No.
opposed? Okay. All right. Any other comments or, Councilor Moreau?
I'd like to suspend the rules and bring forward item 15F under my name. Bring forward to talk about report out on our Dover Police Tour, Station Tour, and our motion to amend.
Second?
So
That was just to suspend the rules.
suspend the rules to bring forward F under
15F.
Councilor, or E.
Second.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilor Moreau.
Yes, back a few weeks ago, Councilor Cook and Councilor Bagley and I, along with the police chief, deputy police chief, Commissioner Scheer, and Mr. O'Leary from the subcommittee, got the opportunity to go and spend about 2.5 hours with the chief of the Dover Police. He was kind enough to give us the time and give us a very detailed tour of their facility that's approximately 8 years old now. They had recently built it, and we got to ask them a lot of different questions, size, function, cost, and it really came to the realization that maybe what we're looking at could be scaled down a bit. Maybe not everything needs to be put in that was in our original proposal. So in broad terms, I started thinking about, well, they spent about 12 million. We need a slightly bigger station. So doing some, ideas about where we think this cost should come in. I personally feel it's somewhere between 25 and 30 million. And that I think is based off of really looking and seeing what has been done in the past. But I thought my other fellow councilors might also have some words they want to say about our tour and what they got out of that.
Thank you, Councilor Moreau. I just want to make a point of clarity to those members of the Hillside Drive community. We don't actually have to discuss your motion. You can happily stay to the end of the adoption of the CIP, but because it's slated for the 25 plan, we don't have to vote to include it. It's already included in the CIP. So I'm sorry if you were waiting to hear that and to have the discussion. I should have clarified that earlier, but it is in, and I don't expect a discussion of the council to remove that. So when we adopt the CIP, it will be adopted as a part of that, but it might take a little bit longer. And you got to learn a lot about the CIP tonight, guys. But there's not a desire to take that out of the CIP, as it's not been mentioned by any councilors this evening. So with that, back to the police station, which will be a much probably longer conversation. Thank you, guys. Councilor Moreau, or Councilor Bagley?
I'll defer to Councilor Cook first. I think we all have.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. The tour of the Dover Police Station was actually very informative because this station, they're similar in size, a little bit smaller than our police force. I think that that's important to note, but very similar in size, and they have a similar number of calls, a little bit less than ours at 30,000 calls. But I think that what was most eye-opening to me is that we sat in this room for a work session with our contracted advisors on what we should do with the police station, and we were told very clearly that the Dover Police Station they've reached kind of their limit of space, and they've already outgrown their space. And when we were there, we asked very specifically the chief of police, have you outgrown your space? And he said, no, we have at least 50 years. We planned it for 50 years of room, and we have that room to grow for 50 years. So it really kind of helped me understand better that maybe we're not getting the best advice around a police station from our contractor on this, because if he's willing to tell the council something that is not true around the Dover Police Station, then what are we really hearing around our design and our police station?
Assistant Mayor?
Councilor Beck, you were on the tour, and then I'll give my opinion.
Councilor Bagley?
Thank you, Your Honor. I thought it was, Dover is about 33% bigger population-wise than Portsmouth, but Portsmouth has a bigger tourist population. But what's important to remember is the police station is paid for by the residents. So there's 10,000 less residents that have to shoulder the cost of the police station, because I know there's a bill before the House right now where fire and police, we might get a pillow tax, but we hear that story every year, and every year we don't get the pillow tax. So I don't want to count on that funding. So whatever we build, it's going to be supported by the residents, not the tourists. There were some really good takeaways. One, the chair of the building committee for the Dover Police Station is now the chief. So I think you can say it probably went fairly well, because otherwise he probably wouldn't be the chief. He had some great comments about every area kind of has its own little coffee station and kitchenette, which they find is great for efficiencies. There was some talk, and we heard about this earlier with the fire department, they don't have as much key card access as they wish they had put in. And these are ID4 buildings that have, not just sheetrock, but then there's plywood behind it and chicken wire. So trying to rewire the building after the fact is not great. They did have some downsides. They don't have a shooting range at all. They built it in conjunction with the parking garage and the physical limitations of the amount of area they had to work with. They just couldn't have a shooting range, so they have to do that offsite. So there were some drawbacks to it. But, I clearly, very vividly remember when it was first proposed to us at around $70 million, which I think was shocking to all of us, that number. One of the consultants said that the council was asking disingenuous questions. And then they came back with a number that was significantly lower after we asked those questions. So I would share Councilor Cook's concerns, and I would be concerned that we didn't start with a tour of the Dover Police Station when this process kicked off. The building is less than 10 years old. It's been a smashing success. There's a lot of similarities with the community. And from a building standpoint, we all kind of know the story about how some of the military base housing was built for Portsmouth, Virginia on slabs instead of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, because somebody had a paperwork error. So, building something that's built in Dover, from a geographic location, that just makes sense. So I wish that we would investigate the Dover building a little bit more. And they built it for between 9 and 13 million. And in today's dollars, that's about 21, 22. But construction costs have gone up faster than the consumer price index. So I would say 25 puts us in the ballpark. But, if we approve 25 today, I bet you the price tag when we're finished is probably closer to 30.
Yeah.
Assistant Mayor and then Councilor Blaylock.
I thank you all for going, and I know there was also a member of the public who's from the police commission, the committee for the new police station went. I would be interested in, obviously I'm not asking you for these numbers, of how much of that project cost was split for the foundation and some of the infrastructure was split with the parking garage. Obviously they ran electrical concurrently, certain things like that. So I'd be interested if there was a breakout of how much the parking garage cost, and then like how much because I would assume you're saying the however much they spent was just the police department facility. So I'd be interested to see how much the parking garage cost them. And then I just, and I would offer a correction to you, Councilor Bagley, that in the work session, I asked for a plan at the requested budget amount. So that is why they can't, you know what I mean? That is why it was discussed if we stayed at the current location, and can you show us options within the requested, which the committee brought back. The advisors, the consultants brought back what they were asked for. Nobody else on this panel asked for a $25 million plan. Nobody asked for a $20 million plan. No, we didn't ask them for these things. We asked them in a motion or a request made by me for a plan within what was budgeted for. So I don't necessarily think it's a fair assessment to say that they're not doing their job.
Oh, a lot of hands went up. Thank you, Assistant Mayor. On
All right,
that.
do you
I
have
would
a
ask, so
question on the question about the cost, because we did ask that question.
So on the, without the ability for the consultant to be here and remember what he said, I don't clearly remember what he said, but that is something that we should certainly have the ability to discuss with the consultant there and ask that question. It's difficult to hear or to have the conversation without them or frankly, be able to talk to the Dover police chief around that. So from whether or not we should be, just whether or not the consultant is working in our interest, we are paying the consultant to work in our interest, and we have to assume, if we don't assume that, then there's a whole host of things that are going to be, that are trickled down from that should be addressed at a joint conversation with that and not as part of a CIP discussion. So with that, Councilor Blaylock, then Councilor Cook, and then Councilor Tabor.
Thank you, Honor. I'm going to be supporting keeping the $38 million in the FY25 for the new police station. I know we've had all these work sessions. We asked for the working group, the police department, the police commission to come down more closer to this $38 million than the $70 million that was presented. But But at this point, to ask them to go down to 25 million, I don't think that's a good decision at all. I think we need to make an investment in our police station for the safety of our community. We can see that we didn't quite do that correctly the last time. I mean, that's why we're fortunate to still have John O'Leary still working on this group with us to try to get us a better solution. But I think at this time, I mean, maybe we can determine that the contract is not good or something, but I think we should still keep this 38 million there as an investment in our police station and the safety of our community. I mean, it sends a clear message. If we cut this in half, that sends a whole different message that I do not want to send.
I'd be worried about stranded costs too, as we've spent some, sorry, I'm talking.
Councilor Cook, then Councilor Tabor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since we've been working with a contractor that might be thinking that they're going to get to build the facility as well, and therefore get that contract, which will be a very lucrative contract. And I very clearly remember our consultant telling us that Dover had outgrown their space, and then hearing something very different from the police chief in Dover. I think it is not unreasonable to, if we're not going to reduce this budget, to consider moving it out a year until we can actually get reasonable assessments of what is actually needed. Because currently, we're in a design phase, once again, thinking very differently than we were before because of requests from the council. And so we're approving a number that is just a number that may not actually be necessary. And until we have clear answers from not just this consultant, but maybe somebody else, it's going to be really hard to determine what the cost actually should be and what we would need to spend. And to commit $38 million in taxpayer dollars without having that knowledge, I think is irresponsible.
So on the responsibility or not, the capital improvement plan is a capital improvement plan. We have many other conversations, especially bonding towards something at $38 million that we have not yet met. And it's not just for folks at home, agreeing to a number now in the capital improvement plan, we're changing that, going up or down. It's not meaning that's what the final cost of that is going to be, nor would it set the expectation at 20 or 25 million that that's what the cost is going to be.
Your Honor, I think that that's a really reasonable point, but at the same time, last year, we were asked to approve 1.4 million for design, and I believe it's 1.4 million. I know we have not spent that entire amount, but at the same time, I've been told repeatedly that, well, you've approved it, the council approved it, so that's why we're moving forward. When I specifically asked at that time for a report back on the necessity of a police station before we move forward with any planning on a police station, I didn't get that report back. What I got back was there's a committee that's been meeting for several months to plan a police station, and they have plans in place, and that we've moved forward. And so I know very well that when you vote on something in the CIP, that's an instruction to the city manager and the staff that we're moving forward with that plan. So I think it's really important at this stage to ask these questions and to make sure that what we're voting on is actually what we approve as a council, because that's the situation I'm in with what happened last year, and I didn't get the report back I wanted before we moved forward. And so I don't necessarily agree that when we put something in the CIP, that doesn't mean that we're not moving forward.
And that's true for most things outside of things that require a bond authorization. And this does require a bond authorization. So I think it is a little different on that, but Councilor Tabor.
Yeah. I think the decision, the go, no-go decision on the police station was really made when we first appropriated the money for the design, and it was debated. And we heard from the police commission, we heard from the chairman of the police commission, and we decided that we had waited far too long and we needed to move ahead with a new police station. So, you know, I think that debate's over, and we had that. I think there's maybe a desire to put more capital into other things that have higher visibility than a police station. Look, this is a core function of what the city does. And you don't see it because you're safe. I think the question is, how do we continue to provide that basic public safety core function and make it better? And when we renovated the middle school and the high school, the job of educating kids, we did it better. We had better lab space, better libraries, better performing arts spaces in the schools. We built a new library. We had all kinds of new possibilities for what a library could be, with meeting rooms and lecture areas and kids areas. And when we do a police station, we want to do policing better, and we will. But there's a program to do that. There's a floor plan to do that. There's a square footage amount to do that. And it's been lowered to get within cost, and the assistant mayor's right. The work session, the working group, which I'm on with John O'Leary, very clearly heard 72 is not a number, 72 million is not a realistic number. Bring it down to the 38 million that's budgeted. And that's what the group's been working on. So I think this whole trying to cast suspicion around the consultant is not a correct statement of what's been happening. You're seeing the group respond to the council's overall direction in that work session, as the assistant mayor points out. So I don't see how you can simply slash 13 million. This has been in the CIP for 2 years. It's good to look at Dover as a comparison, but we have 50,000 calls a year for service. Dover has 29,500 calls for service. The comparison about population is a comparison that doesn't mean anything. It's calls for service that drive the size of the police force, that drive the head count. The head count drives a floor plan to properly do the work. And so I don't think there's enough data to simply cut $13 million, cut 35% from a 2-hour visit to a neighboring police station. I can't support this motion. I don't think we should support this motion. We have a budget. We have a $38 million figure that we've had for 2 years. We're working to get to that, and we have a process to do it. So let's stick with it. And if it comes in too high, then we can deal with it. But I think if you want to do what we did with the high school, the middle school, and the library, which is provide a core service, but do it in a modern and improved way, you have to take the work that's already been done and fit it into the budget that we have.
Councilor Bagley and then City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just two quick things. One, and we'd want to verify these numbers, but to the Assistant Mayor's question, we did ask that, and they had put $9 million in their CIP back in, say, 2000, and when it was time to build it in 2016, the City Council didn't want to budge on that $9 million number, so they kind of commingled it with the parking garage. But the police chief, I said, he kind of thought it would be about $13 million in 2016 dollars if it was built as a freestanding police station, not the $9 million, because of the cost savings that you get by building those two buildings together. And as I mentioned before, if you use a consumer price index, that puts you in the low $20 million range for today. I think we could go back and forth on this all night, and I don't think that's productive. But, we asked for $38 million, and the first number to come back was 70. And that's what made me question the whole process. I didn't know much about police stations before I went on the tour of Dover. I still don't know a lot, but I went on the tour of Dover, and I found startlingly different numbers that were much more economical. And I would disagree. It does matter immensely, the size of our community, because our community is what has to pay for this. So Dover has 10,000 more residents to spread the cost out over. We have a much more fiscally challenging situation. Granted, we're going to need a bigger police station, but that has a big impact on our residents.
It certainly does, but for the folks at home, we also have a higher commercial base than Dover does, and they also pay taxes. So just doing an apples-to-apples comparison on the size of our population is not the size of our tax base. It is certainly a percentage of that, but not the entire picture. All right. City Manager.
Just a quick point. I think one thing to keep in mind is one of timing. It just so happens that the CIP adoption comes in the March meeting. The council will be presented with a work session to talk about what the working group is coming up with in April. There will be the inclusion of the CIP toward the adoption of the budget. There will be numerous points in time where the CIP could be modified. And then, as I believe the mayor said, after the budget's adopted, there's still the matter of the bond authorization. So there's time to be informed. So if I could advocate for the staff and the working group, I would argue that the word that Mr. O'Leary used about acting prematurely is what we would agree with, that we would like to recommend leaving it at 38 million for the time being until such time as we are better informed by the work of the working group.
And one, or not clarification, but we've had 2 sessions with the working group. The first one was there was a desire not to go above $38 million. The second one, there was a I guess the understanding that another type of configuration could meet within those numbers. We don't know, at least I don't know, what the cost of the project would be if they would be above or below that $38 million by doing that. But I think the place to have that is around a square footage cost and use everything that we've talked about here this evening. But from a, just a parliamentary standpoint, making it so that we're going to have a conversation on a number in the CIP does not mean, given all of the other aspects of the police station, and that is a project first among equals in the city with a lot of public input, allows us more opportunities to commit. And I'm certainly conscious of the good Councilor Cook, who states, we're not looking to put a number and have that filled up to. I don't think that's what anybody would be willing to say. It's not a check for 38 million. I mean, we added the check for 38 million and went to 72 million. So clearly there's a divorce of what the CIP is versus what actually gets presented to us, and want to make sure that that can go the other way as well, based on the discussion around Dover and the new plans that are being drawn forth based on the request of council. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to point out, I think it's really important to note that when we have work sessions, we don't actually vote. So we didn't vote at a work session to go to bring it down to 38 million. There were a few councilors that mentioned that that's where we should be, but that was not necessarily the consensus of the council because we didn't take a vote to make that decision. And I've never been at 38 million, mostly because it really does hinder our CIP budget until 2047. It makes it very difficult for the city to do any major projects, even ones that are emergency projects, for that long period of time. And I think that that's really critical to remember, that we are stewards of the city budget, and if we're committing the amount of money that we're talking about here to fund a police station, that means we can't do anything else that's a major project that isn't already in the CIP. And even some of the things that are in the CIP we can't do until 2047 when that funding, we finish paying for that funding. So I think that that's a really critical point that we all need to be thinking about, and need to note that we didn't give them guidance necessarily as a council to come to 38 million. A few members of the council gave them that guidance. So.
Assistant Mayor?
I would say that my recollection of that meeting is that we sat here and we were all pretty stunned at the numbers that were coming out, and it was a request from the working group, from, I believe, staff saying, well, what number would you like? And my recollection is that nobody else said a number. And so then I said, could we please see for what was budgeted, which that number was not an arbitrary number that we gave them. It was based on the 2016, 2013 prior numbers when we looked at doing police departments then. And I agree with you. I mean, I'm uncomfortable with 38 million also, but I think that these things are somewhat worked out slightly better in a working session if we would have said, could you please give us options for 20 to 38 million? We are looking to lower this in the CIP. So while I agree with you, I think that we have a council have maybe not handled this in a way that now we can go back and say, we are slicing this in the CIP. Maybe it is that we need to schedule another work session before April and say, hey, before you present things to us in 2 months or a month and a half, you need to know where we are at. And maybe we need to get a vote consensus of the council or more conversation in a working session. But I think that is the place to do it versus here in the CIP when we have, whether through a vote or not, as a council or as a councilor, have asked for that and we have not asked for anything lower yet.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Honor. Yeah, just to reiterate what Assistant Mayor said, I wish that this number was brought up during those work sessions, because I don't think it's not fair to the other councils, the work group, the police commission. That would have been great to hear this idea at the work sessions, and to bring it up now, I think doesn't mean we're locked in, but I think it is premature. Not fair to the work session.
And to be fair to the councilors that went and took time out of their day to go visit Dover and get a thank you for that. And also, this is information that is being brought to the council based on their education and their engagement with the neighboring town that was used as an example. So it's not unreasonable to go look at that example and talk to those people. I do think that having this conversation, at times pointed, I would ask that we remember to smile when we're having that tougher conversation with consultants or otherwise. It's going to be a more back and forth, and I think that we can reach to a better number or a better consensus around the number and the need to do that, weighing in the CIP. And I definitely take in Councilor Cook's point that this is a conversation around the CIP, and I think it is noted from a budgetary standpoint, it limits the city of Portsmouth in future years to do this. But I don't want to do something that is half the amount that is needed to make change, because at that point, we just don't do anything. Like we just don't, we don't do a half measure, because that's what we ended up doing before, and we'll just kick the can, and we can just say we're just going to forget this can, we're going to deal with it in $400 increment or $400,000 increments. Councilor Morrow.
In light of the conversation and the fact that I do want a police station, I just want to make sure that we're fiscally responsible in making the decision around that. I would be happy to withdraw my motion on the concept that we can change this number during the budget if it comes up and we're able to do so.
I think based on the conversation that we've had tonight, it is clear that the council is not of a uniform mind when it comes to a bonding event. And what is the requirement for?
2/3.
It's a 2/3 requirement for a bond, so it's a higher percentage than a majority council vote. So, doing the math, it seems like it might not be there at the moment. So, want to make sure that I think that is clearly articulated to both the members of the working group as well as the police commission and the police chief at this moment. So motion withdrawn. Any other CIP related questions?
Councilor Morrow, is this the time?
I think we need the final motion.
What's that? Here we get.
That's right.
All right. Go back to.
One more.
She has one more.
There's one
Oh, you
more
got one more.
amendment.
All right.
Yeah. I almost forgot about that.
Oh yeah, you're still like that's right. Not a small one, guys. In case you were curious.
Technically under item 17-1.
Thank you. I forgot where it was. Where are we? State Street.
If I may, Your Honor, the counselor had asked for the creation of an element sheet to articulate what it would look like to bring the State Street 2A redesign into the CIP. So included as city manager info item number 1 is that proposed element sheet.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilor Morrow.
Yes, I'd make a motion that we bring forward item 17-1. suspend the rules to bring forward item 17-1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Council Moreau.
Way back when, in like August of 2022, I had brought forward the idea to change State Street to a two-way street so that we move the southbound traffic out of Market Square. We have since had a report back on that, and at our last meeting, Councilor Cook and I were both of the mind that we'd really like to add this to the CIP as an amendment. We feel that it would be important for the Market Square plan, as far as what we're going to do in Market Square, to know that whether or not how much traffic's going to be going through Market Square. I think we have a whole different perspective of redesigning that if we know that the traffic can move. So I think monies in the current fiscal year for 25 to be able to do a design, and then monies for implementation in the year after would be able to allow us to do that and think about that as we're planning out for Market Square.
Thank you, Council Moreau. Any questions? I was just trying to, what page is it on the packet?
I know, I'm having a
It
hard time.
is page 57. It's TSM-25-PW- I don't have a number.
Actually, number-
Oh, we're proposing its number, page 57.
Oh.
Or that's
Well,
just
it's
a made-up number.
101.
101.
Interesting. Mine says 57.
There we go.
I don't know why.
102.
102, great. Yep, because that's what it says on there, but, all right.
Question.
Assistant Mayor.
So I would assume that in this, as we talk about consultants, we I guess prior to that, have we had any conversations with the DOT? If I can answer that.
It's my recollection from asking this question that the answer was, as long as we can provide realistic plans to the DOT, that they would approve it. We just have to actually provide them with the plans.
In the idea of doing this, are we thinking that we are going to have a public working group, a public committee, and involving public in the decision of this?
Yeah, these monies would just be to design and come up with a plan.
Okay. So I guess I just wondered, do we want to do that before we establish some type of public group to see if residents support this notion? I mean, I'm not asking you for an answer, but I'm asking the sphere.
There's more than just the two of us.
Yeah. I just wonder that my concern is that we sometimes have had history in the city of putting a lot of money into what I think could be a great idea, but not having resident support on that. And so my concern of this is stranded cost. Also, that, there's the note on the, obviously at the end, that it's anticipated to be much higher than the 1.5. So I guess I would look at city manager or finance that if that's coming in at 2.53, what is that doing to our debt, and where are we looking at?
In response to that question, and in response to the request of the councilor to create this element sheet, this was an estimate created by Public Works.
Yep.
As we note, these are conservatively low numbers. I think it would also be fair to say that the staff would recommend that this work be informed by the Market Square Master Plan redesign, and as such, we did not choose to include it at this time. We would include it at a later date.
So I guess my question based on that is, as we expanded the Market Square redesign, are we going to get any information of this from that?
What we will get is where I think you are all going with understanding where the public stands.
Yeah.
And understanding what they're looking for, understanding the full extent of the design. This could be upwards of $5 million
Yeah.
at the end of the day, just the State Street piece alone. So I think to someone's point about trying to gauge the public's interest in whether this is A, important, and B, something that gets incorporated as part of the Market Square redesign.
Yeah. I mean, I would look at potentially pushing this out a year to get more resident input, more fire. I'm just worried about spending, allocating these potential funds, and then having them stranded for a little bit.
Councilor Cook, and then Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and then Councilor Tabor.
Thank you, Your Honor. My concern, and the reason that Councilor Moreau and I brought this forward, is that if we move forward with the Market Square redesign process, which we are already in the process of hiring a consultant to do, and we don't have this in the CIP and in the planning stage, we are not planning for State Street 2A. And that is not necessarily allocated for in the Market Square redesign plan. So what happens is we have a consultant on board for Market Square redesign, and we have to plan the whole Market Square redesign based upon current traffic patterns downtown. That significantly impacts that design planning process. And once we've done that design plan, we are not going to revisit it for another potentially 50 years. So if we don't have some planning around a State Street 2A, we are essentially going to do a whole planning process that might then be obsolete within a year if we decide to do a State Street 2A.
So, yep.
I'm just concerned because, like, in the note of the sheet, it says the assessment does not evaluate the impacts on non-vehicular modes, emergency vehicles, and loading zones. So I almost feel like we need to, and I don't know this, but I feel like I would like to have a potential work session with fire, with our traffic engineer, and our in-house staff, as those things will not be touched on through a consultant's assessment. Do you get what I'm saying? I think as much we could do in-house before we hire out, because we're gonna have to do that at some point. So having those conversations before we potentially add the sheet, or if we would be amenable to adding the. I understand what you're saying with the timeline of linking it up with the Market Square, but that's just where my concern is on this.
Councilor Tabor, and then we'll go to
Just a point of clarification, if I could. It is fair to say that the work recommended out of the Market Square Master Plan will be done in phases. So, and as such, no monies have necessarily been identified yet. So to say that we could bring this or any other Market Square finding or recommendation this time next year as part of the 26 to 31 CIP is a distinct possibility.
Okay, is it also fair to say that when the Market Square redesign, if the Market Square redesign folks, working group, consultant, eventually the city writ large is like, hey, we want to close down for portions of evenings Daniel Street, like that would then beget it would then say, okay, well, in order to close down Daniel Street on a regular or semi-regular basis at night would require moving to a two-way street. So I just want to make sure, I think that we could, if we move this to out years and put it as from a planning purposes right now, we're not going to likely spend, we're not going to spend 500 grand on the two-way State Street and the Market, we're already doing the Market Street. So if we had it in an out year, we could talk about it as a part of that. It would be a conceptual plan and probably get more time to give an actual estimate of cost for the work that would be done, which instead of, it does worry me to put something in, for next year that says like an asterisk, could be a lot more. So if we could do that, I think we could still go through the Market Suite, and it wouldn't be, at least as I'm understanding it, wouldn't be eliminated from consideration, because it would be a part that has to happen for it to be a more walkable, closed-off street for downtown, for portions of it. Don't want the headline to be closing off Market Square to all cars, but at times with bollards to do so for, greater pedestrian flow. Does that make sense? Or is that, I guess, agreement from the city manager that this would be inclusive? Okay, and does that allay the concerns of Councilor Cook as it not being a part and making the Market Square redesign be redundant?
I think that it's reasonable to push it out a year, 1 year, design and then completion, but I wouldn't push it out further than that. And I should note also that it may all be a moot point anyway, because we could do the Market Square redesign plan, but we have no funding anywhere in the CIP budget for a Market Square redesign. And as I said earlier, we're not going to have that funding till possibly 2047. I think that's important for the council to remember.
Great to the council. Remember, now we potentially have funding, for the redesign, if not State Street, that we can grab from. All right, so is that a friendly amendment to move
I
for
don't-
26 to 27?
I don't think I've actually made a motion yet.
Okay.
Therefore, I will make a motion to add the new State Street to a redesign plan, moving the 500,000 to fiscal year 26 and the 1.5 million to fiscal year 27.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye. No, I think it's the main motion on the CIP.
Now we get the main motion on the CIP, which, going back to,
Where are we? No.
We're still at the bottom of the first page.
No, it's missing.
all right, I'd wait a motion to adopt the CIP
So
as
moved.
amended.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Two opposed. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess for bathrooms. Welcome back. Next up is first reading of ordinance. First reading of ordinance amending Chapter 7, Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking, Article 1, Parking Meter, Section 7.102, Parking Meter Zones, and Parking Meter Rates.
Your Honor, I move to pass first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading at the March 18th, 2024 City Council meeting to amend Chapter 7, Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking, Article 1, Parking Meters, Section 7.102, Parking Meter Zones, and Parking Meter Rates.
Second.
And I'll speak to it briefly. This is scheduled reading to change. We have multiple zones now because we used to, 10 years ago, have areas of town that weren't as desirable to park in. That's really no longer the case, so we're just making all areas one zone.
And increasing the discount.
And, oh, yes, most important part. The resident discount will go from 50 cents an hour to 75 cents an hour if this were to pass unchanged.
Woo.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, city manager actions which require, or items which require action.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've dealt with number 1, so moving on to item number 2 is a sewer line and grading and sightline easements for property located at 375 Banfield Road. Back in October of 2023, the Planning Board granted subdivision approval for the creation of 2 new parcels and the development of a new industrial warehouse with office space. And as part of that approval, the Planning Board recommended the city accept a grading and sightline easement intending to support an existing right-of-way easement crossing the parcel. And they also recommended that the city grant a sewer line easement to the property owner so that it may connect the new building to the existing sewer line which crosses our community campus parcel. The 2 easement areas are depicted in your packet. Public Works, Planning, and Legal have reviewed the documents and recommend them for approval.
Your Honor, I move to authorize the city manager to accept and record a grading and sightline easement and to grant and record a sewer line easement in substantiality similar form to the easement deeds from Banfield Realty LLC contained in the agenda packet.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Item number 3 is a similar request for drainage easements per property located at Shearwater Drive. At that same planning board meeting, the planning board granted subdivision and site plan approval for the creation of 9 new parcels to be improved by single-family homes with related infrastructure on Shearwater Drive. And as part of that approval, the planning board recommended that the city accept drainage easements to support drainage infrastructure, which will be relocated as a part of this project. And they're depicted in your packet, and the drainage infrastructure, as illustrated, crosses 2 proposed parcels. It is important to note that Chinburg Development has emerged as the party likely to complete the approved development, and therefore they are the entity now seeking to grant the city with said easements. Planning, Public Works, and Legal all approve as to form.
Your Honor, I move to authorize the city manager to accept and record the drainage line easements in sustainably similar form to easement deed from Chinburg Development LLC contained in the agenda packet.
Second?
Your Honor, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote, seeing as Chinburg is my landlord.
Seems reasonable. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention?
Thank you. Number 4 is a request for a water line license agreement for property located at 569 Submarine Way and 214 Leslie Drive. In January of this year, the Planning Board granted amended site plan approval to the Portsmouth Submarine Memorial Association, granting permission to construct an addition to the Visitor Center at the Albacore Museum. And as part of that approval, the Planning Board recommended that the city accept and record a license agreement memorializing the city's right to utilize a water line easement crossing 214 Leslie Drive, with the license area depicted in the drawing in your packet. And as mentioned, this memorializes an agreement between the Submarine Memorial Association transferring ownership to the city of the water line over and across 569 Submarine Way, 214 Leslie Drive, and the adjacent rights of way. Legal has approved of the form and recommends acceptance.
I move to authorize the city manager to accept and record a license agreement in substantially similar form to the license agreement from the Portsmouth Submarine Memorial Association contained in the agenda packet.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. My last item is a request to postpone the public necessity hearing for property located at 90 Maplewood Avenue. You will recall that at the February 5th meeting, the council voted to hold a public necessity hearing for March 25th of this year to determine whether public necessity exists to acquire easements for the installation of a new drain line over land of CSX Incorporated in 90 Maplewood LLC. And this project would advance our sewer separation project, which is the subject of an Environmental Protection Agency consent decree. And since that scheduling of the hearing, our Deputy City Attorney Trevor McCord has been making been making progress and is in continued good faith negotiations with both CSX and 90 Maplewood LLC. So the request is to show that good faith and to honor the request to postpone the public necessity hearing out to April 29th to allow him to further negotiate.
Your Honor, I move to postpone the public necessity hearing to 5 o'clock on Monday, April 29th in the Eileen Dondero Foley Council Chambers.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
All right, next up is the consent agenda. We just have one, a letter from Heidi Carrington Heath, Seacoast Outright, requesting permission to hold the 10th Portsmouth Pride Celebration on Saturday, June 22nd, 2024.
Your Honor, I move to refer to the city manager to, with authority to act.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next up, presentations and written communications. We got email correspondence.
Your Honor, I move to accept and place on file.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Next up, a letter from Chet Schrader on Witherman's Brewing Company requesting permission to hold a one-time special event with Andrew North performing on their outdoor patio Saturday, July 20th, 2024 from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Your Honor, I move to refer to the city manager with authority to act.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I did have just a question.
Sorry, I almost asked for discussion.
It's okay. Just a question on our policy of outdoor music on patios. It doesn't have to be answered tonight, but it was just a question to get a report back on that.
Technically, as part of outdoor dining, music is not allowed, and that's why this is coming in as a special event, and that's the distinction here.
Okay. So I guess my question is, there are at least one I know outdoor patio that has music consistently, but I have not felt like this has come before us before. So I guess I was just wondering, do we enforce that? Is it more like if it's not amplified and nobody complains?
I think it's all of that, and it's a matter of enforcement.
Okay.
Ultimately.
Okay. So, folks, now that we are having the discussion after the vote, but not related to the actual vote, if people are looking to have, quote, special events, they can bring those before the city council, even if they had requested, say, a variance for that existing use before the ZBA, and that was denied. Can they request a special event?
I'm going to look at the city attorney for that one.
I'm not sure I followed the
All right.
question.
I will put it in the form of an email at another time.
Reasonable hour.
All right.
Reasonable hour,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry.
All right,
the
we
camera
made
was
it.
there.
We made it to the planning board recommendations for Rockingham Planning Commission Transportation Advisory representatives.
Your Honor, I move to appoint Eric Eby to the Rockingham Planning Commission Transportation Advisory Committee as the Portsmouth representative and Jillian Harris as an alternate.
I second that, Your Honor.
Any discussion? You do a great job. All in favor? Aye.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm going to recuse myself from this next one as the commander of the
Oh, that's
VFW Post
All right.
168.
We have a letter from Josh Denton in his capacity as commander and Jonathan Day, senior vice commander of the VFW, regarding meeting house license agreement, letter of intent.
I'd move that go to the city manager to report back on a process by which the city would consider lease or sale of the property.
Second?
And just before, we might hold a lot of discussion, the lease or sale of the property would be a universal process or simply to the VFW?
No.
A universal
Be a
process.
universal process.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there still questions outside of that? Council,
99% of the question.
okay. Councilor Bagley?
Just a quick history lesson on this, because it may not be known to everyone. I was having breakfast the other day at Hebert's, and one of the gentlemen there, when I mentioned this in the packet to him, he said, "Oh, the VFW used to meet there." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, the building burned down on Parrott Avenue lot, like April of 1952, and then for a number of months they met there." So it's happened before, I guess.
All right, Counselor Cook, and then Counselor Morone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to make the point that I think it's really important that we include and make sure that the neighbors are informed of any process moving forward with regard to this building, because it's a very sensitive subject in the neighborhood. And I can say this, I'm not a direct abutter, otherwise I would be recusing myself. I'm actually around the corner from the building. But over the last year, I've heard from numerous neighbors about this building and the need to improve its current status as far as upkeep, and also to consider neighborhood appropriate usage for the building.
Councilor Morone.
While she said almost exactly what I was going to say, I was going to ask to make sure that the process was included a neighborhood discussion, so that if, for this building specific, but that the process as a whole, when we have buildings, it would be nice to know if we have an actual process of what we're supposed to, and how we're supposed to do them as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd also comment on the process that, having heard from a couple nonprofits who might be interested in that space, that the process include a broader search for other tenants too.
Yeah, and I think the process is something that was set in motion, or the process that we're now considering is set in motion from the VFW requesting the use of this, or lease or sale, because the PPM TV has moved out. I actually went to the Fox Run Mall, saw the Mayor of Halloween Town, got to check out the digs over there, and they're pretty good. So that's a separate. It's not directed. This process won't be directed to the VFW. Personally, being having a large military history, it would be great to see them there. But I know that process can only happen if it would be satisfactory, or if we could satisfy the neighbors in the larger process. But Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to add one more thing. I know that this area of the city was not included in the most recent parking study. However, I should also note that the neighbors have very eagerly reclaimed parking spots that used to be occupied by PPM because there is a shortage of parking in the neighborhood. And so I think that should be part of the consideration specifically for this building and the impact that it has on the neighborhood.
There's probably no chance to get the Children's Museum back.
Let's start a new one.
That ship is sailed. All right.
But that took up a lot more parking.
It did. All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up, we have appointments to be voted. The appointment of Chuck Ray to the Citywide Neighborhood Committee, the appointment of Elizabeth Betsy Blaisdell to the Energy Advisory Committee, the appointment of Tracy Cameron to the Energy Advisory Committee, the appointment of Herb Ward to the Energy Advisory Committee, and the appointment of Thomas Neese to the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Mayor, I move to appoint Chuck Ray to the Citywide Neighborhood Committee, Betsy Blaisdell, Tracy Cameron, and Herb Lloyd to the Energy Advisory Committee, and Thomas Nyes to the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Any discussion? Thank you for your service and willingness to serve Portsmouth. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are on Councilor Tabor.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilor Bagley was kind enough to call and say, we finished the presentation on the night of the 22nd, which I thought was great. And I hope everybody found it as motivational as I did on housing. But we didn't, at the close, really thank the participants. So I just thought we should publicly thank them, the 145 citizens who gave up 2 or 3 hours a week for 4 weeks and did all the research. They did a great job. So I think we just owe them thanks for a job well done.
We're excited for their input. with the new housing committee.
I would agree, impressed the amount of people that came and continue to be engaged.
Really great.
Counselor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I have a report back from Governance Committee. The council referred to the Governance Committee a request to look at a preliminary paragraph potentially for the charter, explaining the way that the city interprets law in regards to state law versus the charter versus our city ordinances. The Governance Committee reviewed that request from the council and is presenting to you tonight a paragraph that is a preliminary paragraph, but is actually not part of the charter. It's an explanatory note that would go on the cover page of the charter that reads as follows. The law is clear that where there is a direct conflict between state law, the city charter, and city ordinances, the priorities between them in interpretation would be generally determined in that order. However, because state law, the city charter, and city ordinances have developed independently over centuries and are continuing to do so, it is necessary to analyze the timing of the adoption of any particular state law, charter, or ordinance provision to ascertain whether apparent contradictions cannot be understood to coexist lawfully. Such determinations are made as necessary in the first instance by the city legal department. And I would move to approve the draft explanatory note to be placed on the cover page of the city charter.
I'll second.
Happy to answer any questions in regard to this motion.
Seems it's a good explanation note. It seems like it's doing its job already. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And one second item, I move to request that the Governance Committee work with the staff to review current training processes for city volunteers and develop a more robust training program targeted towards all city volunteers, including elected officials.
I second that.
And
Any discussion?
I am introducing this tonight because there's been a request from several volunteers that they receive additional training, that they're not really clear what their roles are, and they want to make sure that they're following all city procedures. I thought that this would be a good thing for the Governance Committee to look at and help and work closely with the city staff to develop a training program that would meet those needs.
Excellent. And it was seconded, Counselor Moreau.
Yeah, I just want to add to that as, you know, a person who joined the planning board back in 2013 for the first time. The state planning office actually holds a big spring conference every spring, and I remember going to that every year for the first several years, and they're very, very helpful. So I think incorporating what our staff can actually put together as training, and then maybe even making it a requirement for land use board members to attend, to go into the conference, the city pays for it, it would be really helpful, because I found going and listening to those people speak and really talk, it was extremely helpful.
And I would agree certainly on the state level, there are distinctions, obviously, with the city of Portsmouth, not in terms of the laws, but the policies that we have. And so anything that's developed, I would like, it certainly be provided, but then hopefully be able to be attested to, that that's something that is understood. And if it's not, then, we have a different conversation about what our policies are, and maybe edify them at council level. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilor Cook and Councilor Denton. Yeah.
Your Honor, I have an objection to the consideration of a question on this item, being that I don't believe that we actually have the authority to make a decision.
Your Honor, I think it's important that this is read so everyone knows what is being discussed if you don't think it is appropriate.
I guess I would ask legal as to whether or not we can do that.
You want to read the resolution?
Correct. I'd like to read the resolution at a minimum. That way it could be discussed if there's any objections to it.
Well, the objection that Councilor Moreau has made is essentially the same as a point of order. So from that, there is really no debate, discussion, and no second is required. So it's really a straightforward request, an objection to considering the motion at all. So I'm not sure that reading the actual resolution that's in the packet would be appropriate. It would be more like a discussion. This is really a point of order on whether to even consider the resolution.
I would disagree wholeheartedly. There's no way this council could make a decision if they're unaware of what is in this, seeing as most people in the public apparently were unaware what was in the resolution.
It's in the packet, right? It's in the packet.
It is in the packet. In terms of the discussion on, would there be a discussion on the vote on point of order?
No,
So it's just an up or down.
it's up or down, it's not debatable, it doesn't need a second, but it's a 2/3 vote to succeed.
Okay.
And just so everyone is aware, I was informed that the Durham Council did pass this, so such an objection was not raised to a very similar resolution.
Understood. So an understanding of the point of order is whether or not it's germane to the council or germane to the city of Portsmouth?
That's the objection that's being made to the consideration of the question. So it really calls for a vote, just a straight-up vote on whether you want to go forward and consider the resolution or not.
Okay. That's a required vote now because the point of order. Oh, yeah.
So a yes vote means you object or you want to move forward?
Yeah, that's a good. So
Double negatives.
A vote to support the objection means you
don't support considering the resolution.
Correct.
Correct,
Say that
yes.
again? I didn't.
So a yes is we don't consider it.
correct.
A yes vote means we do not consider the resolution, yes. Correct.
We'll have a roll call vote.
Okay. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Sorry. Can you re-clarify?
A yes vote is to
Agree with Councilor
agree
Moreau
with
that it is
Council
not
Moreau
germane to
that
the
it is
agenda.
not germane to the agenda.
Yes.
Councilor Tabor?
Yes.
Councilor Cook? No. Councilor Denton?
Absolutely not.
Councilor Blaylock?
Yes.
Councilor Bagley?
Yes.
Councilor Moreau?
Yes.
Councilor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McCachran?
Yes. Next up, approval of grants and donations, acceptance of donation from Service Credit Union to support refreshments at Veterans Coffee Afternoons in the amount of $1,500.
Your Honor, I move to accept and approve the donation from Service Credit Union in the amount of $1,500.
Is there a second?
Second. Your Honor, I'd like to speak to this. So simply, as a veteran, I just want to say that my experience in Iraq taught me that violence only fuels violence. But it was when I returned home that I realized that when I was under attack, I knew that. But my family's always thought I was in danger. So to anyone out there who's still listening to this, regardless of what side your family is on, if it's in Israel or in Gaza, my heart truly does go out for you because you do not know when your relatives or loved ones are under attack.
Any further discussion on the acceptance of donation from the Service Credit Union to support refreshments of the Veteran Coffee Afternoons? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, city informational items.
Your Honor, we've dealt with items 1 and 3. The remaining item is item 2, and it's the Education Coalition Communities 2.0 update on the RAND decision regarding excess swept. I know it's a late hour. Senior Assistant City Attorney Jane Farini is here to answer any questions. She wrote a fairly thorough memo for your consideration.
Are there any questions on the report back on the coalition communities? Councilor Morrow?
I guess I would like if Attorney Farini could just summarize for us. I mean, I read through it all, but it does get a little confusing when you read all the legalese as far as where it stands.
Sure.
And what is the process now moving forward based off the decision.
Sure. So at this late hour, I will try to quickly summarize the education funding cases. Two cases, the Conville case and the Rand case. The Conville case, it was decided at the same time as Rand in November, and then motions to stay both of these orders were filed, and the order came back on February 20th. The Superior Court judge said, I'm not staying, which is putting them temporarily on hold pending appeal to the New Hampshire Supreme Court. So there's a lot of confusion and question as to how these apply. And particularly, as we all know, there's the legislature right now reviewing various bills, and some of them mirror the decisions in both of these cases. So what does that mean? Basically, I'll speak to the Conville first, because that's kind of cleaner and simpler. That particular case found the current amount of the adequacy unconstitutionally inadequate, too low. So what that court did, it added various costs that weren't defined as an adequate education, and included things like transportation, which weren't in the original definition. It included nurses and superintendents, so that the judge determined that the base adequacy, rather than be $4,100 per child, should be $7,350 approximately. So that is the current Conville order. I learned this morning that the state is filing an expedited motion to stay with the Supreme Court, along with an appeal to the Supreme Court within the next several days. So that is going to happen, I would imagine, if not by Tuesday, but very, very shortly. The other case is the Rand case. That's the excess swept case. You've heard about it and read about it in the paper. That is a case that the court found that the retention of excess swept by, quote unquote, what we used to call donor towns, is unconstitutional. And the reason for that is the court concluded that that effectively lowers the swept rate for those donor towns, and taxes must be proportional and reasonable, uniform in rate. And so the court found that that retention, in essence, has the effect of reducing what the swept rate is for those donor towns, and swept is really the actual dollar amount of swept is approximately the same for each town. So that too, I found out this morning, is also going to have a motion to stay filed with the New Hampshire Supreme Court. There is a meeting of the Coalition Community 2.0 board tomorrow at 2 o'clock to discuss the implication of all of these orders and the appeal, and also the actual practical application of the appeal. There are a lot of questions because how we define a tax year and how towns and cities tax their residents differs. So a tax year is April 1st through the following March, April, yep, March, it's late. And there's obviously fiscal year, which the city goes by, which is the June 1st date, and then there's calendar year. So you have all of these towns in the middle of this process. The Rand case determined that the DRA couldn't allow the retention of excess swept based on the October swept rate of this past fall through the town meeting process of this coming up March and April. that isn't an effective language really to help as far as how people actually tax, how towns tax, and how cities tax. So all of that's going to be raised on appeal. For Portsmouth, we were not a donor town right now because, if you all recall, there was the Property Release Act that lowered the SWEP that everybody had to raise. So the December tax bill we just had, we didn't have excess SWEP from that, from remitted to us. And the June bill that's coming up in 2024 for our taxes, there won't be an excess SWEP implication for that. Where this will impact, again, pending stays and the New Hampshire Supreme Court's decision on that, is when the DRA sets the tax, the SWEP rate this fall. So it will have an implication in the December tax bill. And what will the excess SWEP be? I have Nathan Looney, who's going to back me up, from the business administrator from the school department. I believe our excess SWEP for, I'm calling it next year because it's very late, and I'm not going to get into fiscal and all of that, but for next year, it's approximately $800,000 would be the excess SWEP, which would be remitted to the state in both tax bills, so half in December of 2024 and the other half in June of 2025. So I think that's a 12-cent, approximately 12 cents on the tax rate. But a lot is going to be determined with the expedited motions to stay, which the Supreme Court will be considering once they're filed. I anticipate them being filed this week. I also anticipate there'll be much more regular updates to this council as these matters unfold. The Coalition Communities 2.0 has an attorney who's obviously filing these things, all these motions, and on behalf of its members, which the Portsmouth is one of the members. So they are meeting also more frequently and having board meetings to discuss the implications. For some of these towns, the reason you're reading the language about how it's going to impact them fiscally is that they were donor towns, when the SWEP rate was set in October, and their budgetary process and taxation is very different from the city. So their tax is determined, they do an estimate, their spring bill, and it can only be half of what they were, half of their tax bill from the year before. So it's an estimate, which is unusual. And then the second half, the December bill, catches everything up, and it's the actual tax rate. So as you can see from the press releases, some of these towns are literally midstream, and so that's why their budgets would be impacted immediately, as opposed to us, which we don't have the excess swept issue until December of 2024. Again, all subject to appeal. And this raises more questions probably than it answers, but it's
Quick question on the 800,000. That's a one-time payment split over 2 years, or a two-time payment over each year?
it's an assessment. It's a one-time payment for the year, but it's divided into the two tax periods.
Oh, the two tax periods.
Yes.
Sorry, got it.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's 400 and 400
Yeah,
equal
okay.
800.
Whatever year.
Yeah.
And that excess swept would change year to year depending on, what the adequacy is moving forward.
Thank you, Jane. Any questions?
Your Honor.
Councilor Tabor.
So the judge has said we have to give up our excess swept to the state, even
Yes.
though that will just sit in escrow. There's no
Yeah, and that
no
is
enabling
some-
legislation to spend it.
Yeah, that is a very good point. That may come forward in the Superior Court. The judge did say in the motion to reconsider, yes, state, you can figure it out. DRA, you can work it out. But if not, I'll possibly consider a motion to reconsider at the Superior Court level. So that may be filed. But yes, the plan, as stated by the DRA, is we're not spending this, particularly pending appeal, we're going to put it in an account. And so that money is not necessarily going to be paid to receiver towns in the short term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Nathan.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. No more city manager informational items. Is there any miscellaneous business, including any miscellaneous? Wait a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Good night, Portsmouth.